Hey zombie. Sorry, just doing the audio. So I'm a bit late today. I really can't come up with a title. Took me this long to actually come up with a title. I don't know, I've been lately struggling just to make titles. Anyway, let's just go on normal. Hopefully it's not too loud. Apologize if this voice
In the
acting...
name of Saint Borbarad, his forbidden knowledge and his divine power, today is the day of the first paladin. From this day on will blood wake blood. Freedom through pain, power through will, every human a mage. Upon this altar do I offer my tribute, flesh unborn, souls pure and unblemished. In eternal Borbarad's name, Adore.
Hang on, that was a bit too loud.
I guess she... Well...
Just give me a second. I'm just gonna start this again. That's a bit too loud, even for me. Alright. No, oh, yeah, thank you. Audio. Yeah, just turn it down like here, maybe. That'd be good. I think that'd be better. Start a new game. Hopefully that's a bit better. Not too loud to blow everybody's ears off. Alright. Usually
In the name of Saint Borbarad, his forbidden knowledge and his divine power, today is the day of the first paladin. From this day on will blood wake blood. Freedom through pain, power through will, every human a mage. Upon this altar do I offer my tribute, flesh unborn, souls pure and unblemished. In eternal Borbarad's name, Atoki Oruk Zulgarok, Oxalaminja, Idiz, Raki Zulgarok.
Okay, I don't think I can turn down.
Almost 20 winters have passed since Borbarad covered East Aventuria with a pall of undeath and corruption. Those who fought were crushed. Those who capitulated became villains in their own right. Only those who fled escaped.
Damn it, why is it so loud? Hang on.
She ran here. That's all I know. I guess she didn't like that...
Hey, why has to be so loud in the cutscene?
And you.
Okay, the voice is fine, just the cutscene's like, oh, I'm gonna blast you. Can become. Can we not have the voice cutscene that loud? Alright, let's try to turn this down all the way here. Let's try to turn everything up a bit. Let's try that. One more time. If it blows you guys' ears off, I'm sorry, but I give up on this point.
In the name of Saint Borbarad,
Yeah, that's
his
better.
forbidden knowledge and his divine power, today is the day of the first paladin. From this day on will blood wake blood. Freedom through pain, power through will, every human a mage. Upon this altar do I offer my tribute, flesh unborn, souls pure and unblemished. In eternal Borbarad's name, Atoki Oruk Zulgarok, Oxalaminja, Idiz, Raki Zulgarok.
Almost 20 winters have passed since Borbarad covered East Aventuria with a pall of undeath and corruption. Those who fought were crushed. Those who capitulated became villains in their own right. Only those who fled escaped the endless column, in which the dead did march from battlefield to battlefield. The wall of death that Borberad fell. The demon crown, symbol of his dominion, burst under the god's blade's seventh stroke. Out of the ruins of his empire arose the cursed Shadowlands. Terrible warlords fought for power, bringing fates far worse than mere death upon those living there. And so it was that we too fled. All your lives fled, until the war goddess Rondra's knights freed the city of Warrung. Here we might live, finally find peace. Chiron, we must not fail.
So pretty much the human race is screwed.
She ran here. That's all I know. I guess she didn't like that marriage your father arranged.
My family is none of your business.
All right, it's none of my business. Can I go now?
Not yet. That gate, where does it lead?
The deeper tunnels of Moloch Mountain. That's all I can tell you. Never dared going down there.
Well, I'll get her out.
The gate is closed for a reason. Moloch Mountain is full of danger and dark secrets. The undead are the less dangerous of what's in there. Wolf lizards, demon spawn. By the Dark Mother, your sister could be dead already.
Listen to me. I will go in, and I will leave. With her. And you can go now.
Oh yeah, I can feel the jankiness already. How's the combat? Oh, Jesus. What is this combat? Okay, not the worst combat ever. Surely not the best combat ever.
Fast as lightning, and just as foolish as your sister.
I learn from the best.
Your arrogance will be the death of you one day.
Come on, Father. The only risk was slipping on their guts.
Enough. We're here to find Calandra. Someone has to bring her to her senses.
To her senses? You're forcing her into this marriage and then asking her to be reasonable? I would have done the same thing.
So you think she's right to just run off? To risk both your futures through her selfishness? She has responsibilities. She has to learn that.
Our future. Calandra marries Folk of Arivor and everything will be fine. We will be decent Warunkian citizens and live happily in peace and prosperity to the end of our days.
She means as much to me as she does to you. You know that. That's why we have to find her before it's too late.
We three have managed pretty well so far.
Warrung is more than just some refugee camp we've been stuck in.
A glimmer of light in the darkness.
The only free city in the Shadowlands. If we stick together, our running can end here. No more icy roads. Never again night watch, no demon spawn attacks, and no more hiding places full of stinking corpses. That's a lot, even if only a part of it comes true.
A beautiful dream. Calandra doesn't know Folk. She'll only marry him to help us. She'll never really love him.
Folk of Arivor is a good match. He's a knight of Rondra, the goddess of war.
And?
He fought on the front line when Warrung was freed. If anyone can protect Calandra, he can.
Calandra can look after herself. And like you're always saying, heroes don't live long.
This marriage gives us the right to stay in Warang. That's what counts. Besides, you know your sister. Sooner or later, you'll be eating out of her hand.
Why did she come here, of all places?
Moloch Mountain is more than just a simple cave. The countless tunnels can lead one to age-old secrets. Fair Drodon's laboratories, the foundation of the Golden Pyramid, realm of the Dragolich, Razazor.
Undead and black magic. The people of Warunk have had more than enough of both in recent years. No wonder they avoid this place.
An ideal hiding spot for someone who's not afraid of the creatures that lurk in this place.
Okay.
Calandra has a mind of her own. She's more likely to stand naked in the marketplace than agree to this wedding.
A stubborn girl who loves her freedom.
Just as stubborn as you are.
You mean because I don't want to be treated like a cripple? Nice of you. But that's what happens when you fight battles that can't be won. Do you want your sister to end the same way?
No.
Look, listen to me. To Calandra, this is about more than just a place to hide. She knows that we will find her and bring her back to Fulk. And that's why she's not here alone.
Don't tell me she's here with a man.
Fulk wants a virgin bride. She knows that.
If Fulk is so obsessed with her virginity, it only proves that he doesn't really love her.
Who's talking about love? Even if he feels differently himself, the Church of Rondra cannot afford any talk amongst the people of Warang. A wedding would be inconceivable under these circumstances. The Rondrians have very strict ideas about honor and loyalty. Why should Fulk be any different?
You must be mistaken. Calandra would have told me about any suitor.
Some people in the camp saw them together last night. He is a giant of a man, and quite an attractive one. She could have chosen worse.
Of all places, why should she choose Moloch Mountain for her first night? I could think of some more convenient locations.
How am I supposed to know what's going on in her head? I don't even know if it really would be her first night with a man.
I know. It's all your fault. She was never allowed to talk to boys her own age, and now she has to marry a stranger.
And I never left the two of you alone, and I always forbade you from tending one another's wounds, and now it's no wonder that she takes whatever she can get. I had my reasons. Just believe me.
Time is running out. I'm going. You stay here and... yes, wait out here and protect my back.
Be careful in your search. The people of Warang say that there are more than just lizards and undead here.
I've heard of this Black Hand. Another demonic terror for my list.
Stay away from him. He's deadly and you are alone. Just find Calandra and bring her back. I'll wait outside. And no matter what happens, or how badly hurt Calandra may be, do not mix your blood.
It hasn't happened yet, and it's not going to happen this time either.
Okay. What was that? Your first summon quest, okay. What the buggers is this? Oh, right, this is your skill tree. Oh. Oh. Wow. Okay. Oh, look. Wait, so this, oh god. I'll get into that later. Upper +3, attack speed -5. I think I'll just stick with my sword. Right? Because that's like 2 damage HP. But it got speed. This is only 3, so +1. So So yeah, I stick with my blade because it's faster. Maybe that's a mistake, but just keep with my blade. Oh wow, these guys just spawn in. Oh, this seems like gonna be a fun experience. Oh, there's no animation doing the lever. Oh dear God. What did I get myself into? By the way, power through the wall. Same hands as before. Somebody seems to be using this victim's blood for fighting. By the way, when it dips down, it's not my PC that's the problem. God, you surround. I can't get out. Easy. This combat though. Even humans are mage. They mage. Oh dear God, what's now? Press E to use a flying weapon. Alrighty. Your flesh, my flesh, your blood, my armor, my wounds, your pain is the longest writing in blood you've found here yet. What does it mean? Why are you reading it? Why am I reading it? I don't know, that was English. You have recovered, okay. Is there a quick save button? Guess not, General. Cool. Parry, combat, poison, rest options. Reset options, gift, combat. No, there's no. Guess it's just auto save. Jesus. Okay, so points. What's this? Ooh, that looks like a trap. Say lockpicking necessary 1. Lockpicking 1. Blacksmith. Herbs. I go blacksmith. Always go blacksmith in these games. So what's blacksmith? Tongs? Yeah. Edge weapons talent. Alright. So now I can do this? Yes, I can. I hope that's the right choice. Why does it keep dipping down that low? Jesus. That means you, okay, go off this sponge, you find some bite marks on them. Roger. Let me try to do an option. See video. Let me put this down. Yeah. Let me see that helps. Oh, blacksmith. Maybe I did make the right choice. That came in handy again. Is this ruby? Okay. Huh. Don't know how to feel about this game. FPS drop is annoying. Level 7? Okay, we're definitely gonna get back here, I guess. Grandmaster, Devil Thief, man, big man, okay. Eliza, Lord of Life, you know, magic arts, whatever.
Calandra! Where are you?
Untouchable? What was that? Give me a second. Complete 5 battles without getting a scratch. Nice. Lucas.
Chiron, I knew you'd come.
I knew you'd get yourself into trouble. You need help right away.
No! Get father. I'll wait here.
Calandra, listen to me.
Don't. We're both wounded. You might mix our blood.
Father and his cursed rules. If I don't bind your wounds immediately, you'll die.
Please, Chiron. We don't know what will happen.
Hold still. Was it worth it? Just to delay the wedding? And with this man?
Chiron, don't be such an idiot.
So it had nothing to do with the wedding?
It's about all these people. That man kidnapped them. I think he wants to... Oh, that would be so terrible. We must save them.
Then hold still!
What was that? Something's different. Do you feel it too?
We can think about that later, if we survive or whatever that is.
You hold the fort. I'll watch your back.
Can you fight?
I'm tougher than you think. And after that, whatever it was, the bleeding stopped. And take this potion. You're more likely to need it than I.
You got a healing potion?
I didn't take it because I thought that the monsters had trampled the bottle when they tore off my bag. You're lucky I didn't have time to crawl over there earlier.
Why didn't you tell me about the healing potion?
Do you really want to discuss that now?
Forget it.
Nice. Nice, there we go. Big suit of armor and magic.
How did you do that? You just cut down a servant of the Netherhells, and we're both still alive.
I forgot for you. I'm the best.
Hit them hard and don't get hit yourself. Easy.
My brother the hero. Oh, mighty Chiron, teach me more of the art of war. Your words are sweet as honey and as true as the morning. But seriously, that was more than just the courage of despair. It was magic.
Magic? Because my blood mixed with your blood?
Yes, take it all.
How could our blood have such an effect? I only know of magicians who perform magic with their blood.
The Borberadians. Father has hated them ever since we were children. Remember how he always used to curse them when he was drunk?
You mean that's the reason for the eternal prohibitions and the secretiveness? That dog has known it all these years.
He loves us. We know that. Why wouldn't he tell us about something so important?
He's gonna have a few questions to answer when we get back. This man, you didn't leave with him because of that. I mean, to prevent the marriage with his help.
Have you nothing better to do than worry about my virginity?
I am your brother.
And that is the only reason why you're not getting your ears pinned back. But just to reassure you, you and Father can sleep peacefully in the knowledge that the little sweet rose Calandra has not been picked before her marriage.
That is all I wanted to know. What is the kidnapper up to? And what do you have to do with it?
At first, I thought he was an interesting guy. I really misjudged that one. I saw him last night near our tent with a little girl. His hands, his face covered in blood. I have no idea how old that girl was. Maybe 12? She cried and begged for mercy as he dragged her off. I snuck along behind him to kill him when the time was right. On the way here, he just knocked a woman down and took her with him.
Last night? It's already getting light out there.
Next time I'll wait until you're awake too. But I lost his trail in Moloch Mountain. The beasts here all avoided him like the plague and attacked me instead. So come on! We have to stop him before he does something to those two!
Time is running out. If we want to free the prisoners, we have to hurry.
One more thing. I found this on one of the corpses here.
A deed to a house in the East Quarter.
I knew the dead man. His name was Praedon Carstig, a fishmonger from Mendina who somehow got citizenship here. Something here has disfigured him horribly. We should really return the deed to his family.
Yeah.
You do it. You knew him. We're not going to enrich ourselves at that family's expense.
You know what Father would say. Chiron, we really could use that money to survive.
Yes, Father, but I'm not going to tell you that for once I thought of others.
Son, you're much too decent. One day you'll throw yourself into a yawning abyss on someone else's behalf.
And just to spite you, I'll do it gladly.
Fine. Then let's get a move on. The kidnapper awaits.
What? You have gift point. With those you can learn more improved gift spells. What? SAP. Oh, so to learn this is GP gift points. And that's all AP action points. Okay. So what do I even want to learn? Powerful lights that you ever step learn back, okay? You run attack speeds are increased by 130% for 6 seconds. Talks upon when your enemies will hold their back behind you, opponent take damage each time the sand with the bites. Okay. That's just like poison. Player, get your opponents away from you. Enjoy the power of crushing the elements that are lives. Hold nearby enemies, take it, knock it back. Ice Lance. I really want to know this one. Jesus. Increase your running and attack speed is increased by 12 magic shields protects you in okay. Yeah, I'm going with this one. The Demonic era. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna spend the points, so you can just get that off the screen if you want game. Number of blood, number of age. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second. What the fuck is up with this? I told my mate. I'll talk to you later. Let's go back to this. How about that?
Fresh blood. We've found them.
I can't find a lock or any kind of mechanism. Still, there must be a way to open this door somehow.
Is anyone there?
Behind the door. Those must be the prisoners.
Oh, the gods, help us! Help us before he returns!
How many of you in there? Are you alright?
We're 7. He performed this ritual on us. So much blood! So much blood!
We're not going to be able to open this door. We will have to force the kidnapper to release them.
If he comes back, he'll eat us all!
Eat!
He will pay for this. We'll be back soon to free you. Hang on!
No! Don't leave us in here! Please don't!
Is that a map? There's a map. Number of lines has been carved into the log. Tony's been hesitating the days of imprisonment. Below the lines has written as well. Okay, letters. No fire, no seal. Maybe ice. Maybe ice can help. The words are followed by the symbol of the old god of. Okay. Whatever. Which has made them all 4/3 spells of 4 school. Eternal foes, ice, flesh begin enemies, but still just made it all is free. You know. Why is that was all this notes? Just random and useless. Doesn't even do anything really.
The Dragolich Razazor's Golden Pyramid. Impressive that so much of it is still standing.
Again, fresh bloodstains. We're on the right track.
This gate is even more massive than that door earlier. We need to find out how to open it. Maybe there's a switch or something.
Jesus, I might be able to fix up the frame rate a bit. Give me a second, I'm gonna try to fix up the frame rate. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm so sorry about this. Could be only a couple of seconds. Just bip bop your uncle and it should work. Okay. Oh wait, I can't do that. Never mind. Never mind. I forgot I was using my capture card for there. I was about to just put the resolution up. But I can't do that. I don't know why it's doing this. It's just the game. Nothing to do with my PC because it's powerful enough to handle this game. Just the game being janky like usual. What buggers is that?
design. Maybe it could be used to open the pyramid.
Or the metal door in the hallway. Are you going to be able to do that?
Shouldn't be too hard to handle. Have a look around. Maybe you can still find something interesting.
Damn! It's a trap! How much longer?
Almost there.
Seriously, we don't have that much time. Oh, give me a second. Whoa, that's a name I haven't seen in a while. Jesus. That's a name for fun. Give me a second, my dude. They're busy.
How much longer?
Ah! Oh, shit!
Hey, what?
Let's get out of here!
Something better than hell. Living. Hey, man. Yeah, this is definitely better than Elving. Elving has nothing on this graphics. I don't think I could say that was a straight face. Lucky my camera is not on. Something I hate about this game off the bat, and maybe you disagree, but all this takes AP. How do you even find this game? Somebody gifted me this game, actually. One of my viewers, I think it was Child, or maybe it was somebody else. But yeah, somebody gifted me this game. One of my viewers, I can't remember who, and led me down to the Dark Eye series of games. So that's how I found out about this game. Oh, you think this is bad? Oh, it gets worse. It gets even worse. And you're like, how is it possible to get even worse? Well, let me show you. And this is Zombie fault. Goddamn Zombie told me about this game last night. This game. You're like, oh, that doesn't... Look. It's like a mobile game. And yes, I'm going to play it. There's no tax or anything, just auto. You do the skills, you put it into the slots down here, and then auto battles. And then you go to the next, it's like, whoop, next. It's made in 2014. We're not even at the peak of these games yet. What should I do? Only passive up. The player's live is also a little better. What the? Right, first thing sometimes all you need. Why do I... Damage bonus, you can hit hard. You can really hit hard. Or the question of strength. Combine was all about the key kinds. What? Normal attacks and special moves combines are only the thing make you truly deadly fighter. What? This move won't do you a damn bit of good unless you pay is good. Here, see a hit. What are the descriptions on these abilities? Here's a total of AP. What? PA value. A attack? Get your butt in gear. You're faster than you are. Aim for the sensitive bits. Chance of critical hit. Okay. Rune threshold. Yeah, it hurts a bit, but still no reason to get all worked up about it, boy. Damage from runes, burns, and poison. Reduce. Increases resistance to runes, burns, and... You're really grown. That's good, because it will help you take more punches. Back from cooking. Don't worry, zombie. I was just telling everybody how you introduced me to a very more janky game than this. More interesting game, I will say. And I'm talking about skill tree. Jaink is love. Yeah. Yeah. A brave man makes a decision. Keep going. Put your back into it, damn it. If you have to run for a pinhead, you think me. What? Up with these descriptions. Increase endurance. You have the gift. Sometimes you use it, sometimes it used you. Enjoy it. Well, just who is the strongest. Very good, bad, and weird and stupid games. Increase magic essence. All of that matters. I don't care as long as I have fun, yeah. I need to stop having that. Weapon, pay once, pay 2, 3, 4. Very good, congratulations, and get 3 times. I don't. Increases the weapons. Talent? What? I can only have 5 different points. Yeah, 5. No, I never played that. What is that? Vampire's Rivals? What the? What the bug is this? It looks like fun game. Oh, it's one of those games where you had to just kill it. Oh, yeah. That's kind of cool. And it just gets more and more chaotic. Oh, yeah. It seems like a fun game. It looks like a MS-DOS game, but it was... Yeah. It's one of those survive the horde games where you see how long you can survive and the horde and then eventually die. Use your head, son. The power, okay, will help you keep from doing something stupid. Better understand the world around you. The stories are so... Oh, God. I'll tab out and look at the stream. Blacksmith is a handy trade, child. Once you master it, you can improve your weapons yourself. Blacksmiths disable traps. I don't even know what to go for. There's so much options. Because you got all this, then you got all this, then you got all this, and then you got all this. There's too many options here. Master parry. The attack you parry so far so good. The master parry both easier and faster. Some of you, okay? Feint right, strike left. Dodge. Always want dodging. That means take when you got AL. It expects you. You learn to attack with dodging strikes during the evasion. Okay. I mean, on the desktop it should be a pop-up window for Steam. Yeah, I'll tab out and then look at the stream. And on the desktop it should be a pop-up window for stream. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I'll tab out the. Yeah. Dodging the enemy while focusing them pay windmill. Queen parries. Take the focus of your enemies below and fire and turn back on them. The gift on Steam. I guess I can learn that. I don't even know what to go for. I guess I could put 1 point in that. And save up the rest, I guess. No, did my friend ever text me back? Oh. Seriously, zombie. Thank you. I was looking at my... Hey. I had to put that message there. Now my friend never texts back. I know I can technically just do this. I could easily just do that. But why would I do that? That's a smart thing to do. Yeah, I went down to put some money on my account. Enjoy. Thank you, zombie. And the goddamn 7-Elevens only have $50 or $100. I don't have $50 or $100 to put on my Steam. I'm a poor man. Well, now I am because I'm spending all my money on a dentist. Dragon's Power, yeah. Oh, chess. Now you're gonna read all that. Can I get a let's see, armor. No, I got jewelry. Can I get jewelry? Medicine, lucky charm. Oh. Like $4 for 4 hours, and that was a fun. What the bug has happened to you? 2 dragons? This game is interesting already. Like, I'm not saying this game is bad, but it's interesting. I don't know how long is this game? This one I do have to alt tab out of it. How long to beat this game? Let's see. Okay, how long to beat? Wow, there's not even a... There we go. What game did you get? Zombie just got me the Vampire Survivals. The game you're talking about. Let's see. Well, it's not good Gothic, but it's still okay. That doesn't tell me how long. $15 maybe? Don't know. I don't know. The game is so interesting. There's no some reviews on the Steam clocked in at 15 hours, so probably it. Yeah. Law. That's pretty good for this game. What the hell? What is... That's the guy? That's a Chovyol?
You sick bastard!
I'm gonna chop your head off so you never eat again.
Oh, right. Oh, I see what I do. Have to hit him. Yeah. Gimmicks and bosses. Damn. Yeah, just slice a 12-year-old in half. What's he doing up there? He's literally chucking boulders. Are you kidding me? This dude chucking boulders at me. Where's he even getting those boulders? I don't know. Versing Donkey Kong all of a sudden? What the fuck is going on? There we go. Did it. Chuck a couple ice blocks at him. Mission done. Can I get his sword now? That's actually kind of cool sword.
Are you alright?
I was burned, bitten, and paralyzed. But I'm still a virgin, so I guess everything's in order. Kill him. He should suffer the same way the people he's eaten did.
If that's what you want, then put an end to it, and do it quickly. But know that all those whom I have already collected will die with me.
We're gonna open that door. I'm interested to see if it's harder than your head.
My supplies are bound to me by blood magic. I prefer them living. I am the only one who can release them. I can do that if you let me go, but if I die, they will die a slow and painful death. And don't even think of trying to capture me. I will leave this place a free man, or a dead one.
You can't ask us to decide that!
I do what I please. So, do we negotiate?
Well, we can't let this guy leave because he's just going to kill more people.
Your blood magic binds your prisoners to you. Disgusting, but still just ordinary magic.
It is my spell, fed from my blood. You are too weak to break it.
And why shouldn't other magic be able to break that bond? If your spell is so powerful, why should I believe you can even break it yourself to free your prisoners?
Because you don't have a choice.
Okay.
Why did you do it? What did you think it would bring you?
Many years ago, I discovered the teachings of Saint Borbarad. Everyone is a magician, if they are only strong enough to free themselves from the yoke of their conscience. This is Borbarad's promise. His
Weird guy.
teachings open the sway of my willpower to me. The blood opens doors through which only the best can pass.
What? You have to eat other people to do blood magic?
The real power isn't in the blood. The real power is in the flesh. I was the first to recognize that, and I will therefore triumph over all those too blind to see. What value the life of a weakling, when its sacrifice can increase the might of the strong?
So we open up this game with a cutscene, a woman cutting babies out of mothers' stomachs, and now we have to face a guy that's eating people for blood magic. This is how the game starts. Yes, I know the cats. Yes. This is a weird game, just off the bat. Fast talker.
What should we do with him?
It could have been so easy. Kill the villain, save the innocent, and bask in the glory. Instead, we have to decide between letting all these people die or letting a cannibal go free. In the end, there is no right or wrong here, only the decision and its consequences.
Alright, I'll be right back. Sorry about this, guys. I have to get my cats. Wherever my cats are. Goddamn cats. Goddamn. I'm breaking the top. I'm getting too old for this. Ugh. I'm back. Oh. Oh. Sorry, I'm just bugging a bit. I was getting my cat, and my dopey cat was just laying in the middle of the goddamn road. And the car had to drive around him. So I had to quickly get him. Goddamn cat. Goddamn cat. I decide.
Now run him through!
I know what I have to do.
Grab the cat or kill him. Kill him.
You'll never eat again. Go to hell!
Charon's blade slid into the cannibal's body with a moist, visceral sucking sound, and dark blood gushed onto the ground. The man-eater was vanquished, the danger over. Charon felt the magic power of that blood make its way inexorably to the cavern in which the prisoners languished. Long, agonizing screams of death echoed from dozens of throats through the corridors of Moloch Mountain. The cannibal had not lied. With his death, his victims too were obliterated. The siblings silently made their way back. News of the cannibal's end had spread in Warrant like wildfire. The refugee camp had paid the highest toll, and it was there that Charon and Calandra were celebrated for their courage. Some families, however, did not join the festivities. Too great was the grief and anger at their fathers and daughters having had to die so painfully.
So we can't let him live. If we let him live, he's just gonna kill more people.
Well, son, some rough days, yes? The cannibal story has caused a sensation. Everybody is talking about you. Many people in Warrant are rejoicing because the cannibal is dead. But you made enemies.
Somebody had to make a decision.
I'm sure that you gave your very best, son. There's something else.
What?
I wanted to thank you for bringing Calandra back.
Forget it.
And is everything fine with her?
Yes, damn it. Falk will receive a bride as pure as the first snow and as chaste as the sun god Praeos. And if he's lucky, she won't have starved to death or died of the plague before the wedding either.
It's not my fault that Falk hasn't got us out of here yet. And it's not my fault that the archdemon of disease is sowing her oats here. Falk does show his goodwill, and he uses his influence for us, and that's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about.
Is he going to give us passes for the old town now?
He got us some extra rations. We're supposed to pick them up from the food line at the Prior's Temple.
What? Just like that?
Of course not. Falk wants to hold a banquet at which we're to get to know his mother.
If Falk would just get us out of this pest hole, I'd prefer that to any feast.
The Warunkians are protecting themselves against the plague, so they only let strangers into the old town with the Rondrians' permission. I'd do the same in their place. No one even knows what kind of plague it is, or where it comes from. People say that the archdemon Mishkara herself brought it here, and maybe they're right. None of the archdemons can be pleased to know that the war goddess Rondra now reigns in Warrant.
Alright. What about the mother?
Falk wants to present his mother? Who is she? Why did she come here, and why now?
All I know is that she is supposed to be a lady of noble lineage. Your sister is marrying into a noble family.
Wealth blinds people, just like power. You've told us that time and again.
I have always made sure you survive. And that's what I'm going to do here. We can get all moral later.
I'm so sorry, guys. I need to get more water. I'll be right back. I want to need more lights. Yes, I can. I put more lights on. Okay.
People here are starving.
Yes, but Falk goes in for grand gestures. This attention will raise his bride above all the other refugees, and her family too. If we were to give away the leftovers from the feast, we might gain a little respect.
Just like Falk, ingratiating himself with extra rations. Now he wants to buy us, just as he bought Calandra.
It's high time Calandra married. Good for you, too.
What do you mean?
I think you know full well, Chiron. Did you really think that I never noticed the way you sometimes look at your sister?
Careful, old man. Careful.
What the hell?
If I'm wrong, that'd be a pleasant surprise.
Ew. This game is messed up in so many different levels.
What exactly am I supposed to do for Falk?
He got us some extra rations. We're supposed to pick them up from the food line at the Prior's temple.
What? Just like that?
Of course not. Falk wants to hold a banquet at which we're to get to know his mother.
I'll go to the Prior's temple. My stomach has been growling for hours.
Good. Be careful and come back as soon as you get the food.
Holy Jesus, the frame rate. Oh my god, the frame rate is just awful here. Did that help? Nope. Oh. Holy. Is this just my computer or is this actually just the game? Hang on. Give me a second, I'm checking this. Oh. No, it's the game. It's actually the game like this. Oh, ugh. Ugh. Seriously? Hey, the game like this.
Just a few pieces of copper.
Hang on. Maybe I have to put a pause to this game. Is anybody else having this problem? Let's see. Give me a second. Yeah, my PC should have handled this fine. This is just the city. Alright. Give me a second. Sorry about this. See if there's anything on this Steam. Let's try to put everything low and see if that helps just a little bit. Nope. Nope. It helped a little bit. God, this is bad. Oh, this is awful. What the hell's wrong with that little girl? Oh, this is so... Oh, nice. Sorry about this, guys.
Rondra, smile upon you.
I'm supposed to pick something up here.
Get in line like all the rest.
Might makes right here. Why should it be any different in the soup line?
Watch your tongue, boy. Otherwise I might teach you some manners.
His Honor Folk of Aravor sent me. My name is Chiron.
You killed the cannibal. The whole quarter is talking about it. His crimes had to be punished. Even if some innocent people had to die, in the end you prevented much worse.
Fewer mouths to feed. One advantage, anyway.
That's not what I meant. Mostly, a hero is the one who makes decisions when others just dither.
Why are you, of all people, standing here handing out soup? Doesn't the Metropolitan have more important tasks for his warriors?
Food is the most precious thing people can hope for in this neighborhood, so one must be able to defend it.
Then it's no better here than out in the Shadowlands.
The difference is, here, anyone who steals is punished. Outside, one can lose his life by accident.
I know. And if you're unlucky, you lose your soul, too.
No. Only those who get involved with demons lose their souls. And even in the darkest of days, when nothing else is true, that you can count on, my son.
Please enlighten me. What makes a Rondrian?
We do our duty. Protect the weak, fight the evil, honorable deeds. Ever heard of that, boy?
I see. And that's why the food line is in front of the Temple of Prios.
We aren't even certain it is still a temple. Some scoundrel might have desecrated it. Some impudent, necromantic, God's damned scoundrel.
No! You really think so?
Something one could believe of those blasphemers who only learn respect by the sword.
Come on, give me the extra ration. Obedience is a matter of honor for you, right?
There's a difference between kneeling down and bending over. And it's only the fact that you haven't yet learned that, my son, that saves you from being challenged to a duel. Yet, when the gods are so kind to you, it is only right that you in turn do something for the community. For behold, the plague rages hard amongst those who have nothing, and every helping hand brings sorely needed relief.
Ah, if I don't help some patients, you will find that Rondra's will is miraculous, and I will get nothing.
I see you understand, and by my sword, no command in the world will stop me. Take care of Firenmar, Barnwolf, and Sarabella. They're pious folk. You will not be able to heal them, but at least you can alleviate their suffering. You can find all three here in the refugee camp. 2 of them on this side of the street, and 1 on the other.
All right, I'll do it. I hope those 3 don't infect me.
These bandages will help you. Keep them if you don't need to use them. Sooner or later they will help for sure. And now take the food. Hopefully the right ones may receive it.
I know what I'm doing.
Jesus, why this game has to be so taxing in the city? Ugh. Okay, so... Oh, nice. So it does change the armor. What is wrong with this game? Ugh.
You're not looking well, but you don't smell like the other sick ones.
Sick? No, Borok's men did this. I didn't have enough with me to pay their fee. When they're done with you, your body feels like it's filled with glowing hot nails.
Try this.
Thank you. Still nails, but they're not glowing hot anymore. Stay away from Borok. That's what I can give you.
Jesus.
Travier, smile upon you. Chiron, right?
Have we met?
My name's Rika. If you want to know anything about the city, then I'm the one to ask.
I haven't been here long. How do you know my name?
Is that supposed to be a joke? Everyone's talking about you.
Who would have thought that it would cause that much of an uproar to kill a cannibal?
It's not just about the cannibal. People miss their relatives. The refugee camp has paid a heavy price.
When the next cannibal comes up, they're welcome to make the decision by themselves.
What can I say? I haven't lost anyone. I only mean that the mourners in front of the Prior's temple might disagree.
So, people talk about my sister, and about my future brother-in-law, huh?
Yes, about that too. A marriage to Fulk of Arivor, hero of the liberation. That's so romantic.
His Grace the Necromancer's Bane, Warunkian Plague Bailiff, and Metropolitan Yarkon's watchdog.
The girls really envy your sister. Anyone here would marry Fulk in a second. The wife of the second highest Rondrian in the country? If I weren't already spoken for, I could get to like that myself.
What can you tell me about Warunk before the liberation?
By the Dark Mother, a lot has happened since Metropolitan Yarkon and his Rondrians kicked the necromancers out. The undead dragon Razazar ruled here for many years and rebuilt the whole upper town. He is said to have had a splinter from Borbarad's demon crown. He paved the roads with skulls and built a huge golden pyramid on Moloch Mountain. People say that the dragon was killed in a battle in the west when he attacked the imperial city of Gareth. Apparently, he killed half of the Warunkians in order to raise their corpses as undead soldiers for the attack. And that was only a fraction of his army.
Gareth. They say the city was almost completely destroyed in the war. Better than years of occupation like you had here.
Over a dozen years. Then came the thunderstorm, the chariot of the goddess of war Wanderer. Her lightning bolt must have lit up the whole sky. Then Moloch Mountain exploded, and debris rained down all over the city. Everyone thought the day of liberation had come, but the Rondrians took their own sweet time about it. Long enough for the Council of Necromancers to settle in, and also for the Soul Collector.
The Soul Collector, a mighty servant of the Archdemon Thargunitoth. It is said that he rips your soul out if you get too close.
Yes. Oh well, I found the nightmares worse, because they got even worse while he was in power.
Is it true that he still has the Thargonitoth splitter from the Demon Crown?
No idea, but there's simply no stopping demons, and the Soul Collector is powerful.
What exactly distinguishes a Metropolitan from a normal Rondrian?
The Metropolitan is the leader of the Rondrians here, a very powerful man, people say. Yarkon of Turyalef is a veteran fighter, a real hero, but pretty strict. Fulk is his deputy, but he serves the goddess of war Wanderer, like all the other Rondrians. And like the other Rondrians, he should fight honourably and protect the people from evil. If you want to know more, you should ask a Rondrian.
I think I have a rough idea now. You're already taken? Who's the lucky one?
Rio. My beautiful Rio. He wasn't quite as handsome as Fulk, and his moustache wasn't as splendid, but he was my Rio.
What happened to him?
Oh, the plague. The Great Exodus, you know. He left with the sick people. My Rio is a real hero.
What responsibilities does Folk have as a plague bailiff?
Strictly speaking, to keep us under control. The Warunkians are afraid of everything that comes out of the camp because of the plague here. That is why they've closed the gates. No one can enter the old city from here without Folk's consent.
Rondrians. Discipline and order.
Someone has to do it. I would rather be locked in here and let them inspect me regularly for pustules than have to fear for my soul outside the walls. The city guard would never be able to manage it alone. They have enough trouble with the real criminals. That's why they need the Rondrians.
What do people have to say about Folk's role in the liberation?
I wasn't there, but it must have been truly impressive. They say he stormed into the upper town first, much faster than the other Rondrians. The necromancers were so afraid of him that they spirited themselves away. He hardly even had a chance to slay any of them.
Sounds as if Folk is some sort of demigod.
Of course. He's a hero, like you.
You exaggerate.
No, I do not. A hero is a hero, and that's all there is to it. And even if it's not true, why should people stop dreaming that things will get better? That wouldn't help matters any.
What was this exodus you mentioned?
Have you seen the yellow symbols on the houses? They mean danger, plague. No one knows what kind of plague it is, but it's been raging for months now. When it got really bad, and even our benevolent Margrave Sumadan wanted to throw the sick out of the city, this preacher showed up. He called himself Gamat. He had a talisman which couldn't heal people, but could at least ease their suffering a bit.
And he led the sick out of the city? Why did they follow him? Only death awaits them out there, at best.
That's what I said too, and stayed here. But he told the people that redemption awaited them in Clawmore. Salvation from Mishkara's caprice, he called it. And my poor Rio went with him. Maybe I should have stopped him. But Rio was so beautiful, with all his faith and all his passion. I just had to let him go. See you soon, Kyron.
Wait, oh god.
The cough will stop again, Mama.
If the gods really do exist, why are they letting me die like this? The Dark Mother sent you. Every moment in my life is pain. Give me your sword, or finish it yourself.
It's too early to give up.
I thank you, but all the same, I'll soon be with her.
Stop right there. Get out of my way, or I will make you wish you had.
We saw you at the temple. You didn't go to the back of the line.
I took what was mine to take.
You have a whole basket full of food. Food which could satisfy all our hungers.
This time I was lucky. Maybe next time it'll be you.
Our children are sick. Without food, they may not wake up tomorrow, if they can even fall asleep.
I too have a hungry family.
You and yours, you're only 3. Your basket could feed 12 people. Give it to us, and nobody has to die today.
Hmm. You know what? Let's share.
Here, take it.
Thank you, Chiron. May Mother Travia watch over you. We'll never forget your generosity.
It's good to have favors in the city. You might go hungry, but at least people respect you.
Mother Parain, it hurts so much. Please make it end. Soon.
Maybe I can prevent it from ending like this.
The 12 gods with you. That'll last until the evening at least.
There we go. Nice.
Just a few pieces of copper.
I shared with some hungry people. Falk and his feast shall go to the nameless.
My Chiron. A good soul through and through. Maybe I'll stay here with you and not get married.
Sounds like a plan.
What if the wedding ring suddenly disappears? Or even the Virgin Bride herself?
Nice idea. But if you want to run away again, pick somewhere better than Moloch Mountain. That'll make it easier to bring you back.
It was so charming there.
Funny.
Chiron, listen to me. That magic in Moloch Mountain, I think it woke something in me.
We've both somehow learned to do magic.
Yes?
Maybe we're mages. It's often detected late.
No, that's not what I mean.
What do you mean then?
Chiron,
What is it?
What? What?
What? Why?
At least once. I had to do that at least once before I left.
It was wrong. 1, 2, 3. Let's just say that's wrong. Okay, do not coach this.
You're my sister, damn it!
Don't you think I know that? I wanted it anyway.
Oh, of course, it had to be now. Can't you find someone else for these little experiments?
I can too, anytime I want, but I don't want anyone else.
Brother and sister, that's forbidden.
Yeah.
If I have to do something forbidden, then it should at least be worth it. That's what my brother taught me.
No. We can escape? No, you'll marry him. You'll marry him.
And now your brother tells you that you should not desert your family. We didn't get you this miserable wedding ring for nothing.
I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The wedding ring's gone.
What?
It's gone?
Someone took it from our tent when we were in Moloch Mountain. I discovered the theft just this morning.
The ring was everything we had left, and it was hidden well. The thief must have known exactly where to look.
The smuggler who sold us the ring. He probably gave the thief a hint.
That's why he ran off so quickly. We won't find him, but the thief might still be in Warunk.
Can you find out who stole it? Can you get it back? And I'll search for this smuggler. Let's see how fast he'll run in the end.
Have fun, ferocious one.
Incest. Really? That's just... Can this game just stop? Like, can you just stop, please, game? Okay, so if I want to do both of these, I just do that. If it's just one, I can do Pacific. Okay, I see. Well, let's do blacksmith. Actually, let's just do dexterity. Let's just get my dexterity up.
Kyron, nice to see you again. Can I help you?
Someone stole something from my family. Did you see anything?
I know only one person around here who would tangle with you. Borak the Bruiser.
Strange name.
Borak isn't as harmless as you think. When the Wandrians aren't here, he acts like he rules the refugee camp. He extorts protection money from people, and if they don't pay, he robs them. And he has a lot of people under his command.
Let's see how tough he really is. Where can I find him?
His tent is here in the camp. Really give him something to think about. Gods know he's earned it. He keeps following me around all the time, and I'm running out of excuses.
I'll see what I can do.
Before you go, earlier you helped a few friends of mine. You know, the ones that were so hungry? They wanted to show their gratitude. That's why I'm supposed to give you this.
It bears symbols of Archdemon Thargonatoth.
A talisman of Tigikul. Very, very forbidden. If the guards catch Borak with that, we are rid of him.
Oh, I understand. And I'm supposed to plant it on Borak.
I'll distract him while you put the talisman in his chest. It's sure to be somewhere around his territory. Then you rat him out to the guard. That's better than to the Rondrians. Just let me know when you're ready.
What was that bit about?
His tent really I'll distract. Just let.
I'm ready. Let us honor Master Borak with a handful of doom.
And here I thought you'd never ask.
This is just bad.
Murderer!
Listen, you don't know what you're talking about.
You caused my brother's death. Was it worth it just for wiping out some cannibal? Sooner or later, it'll happen again and we'll all die.
Your brother died for the life of others. He had bad luck. Accept it.
How can you be so cold? May the gods forgive you.
Borak?
What do you want?
You made me an offer recently, didn't you?
Yes, I did, you sweet, saucy little thing.
Could you tell me again what you meant? I didn't really understand it all.
I mean, it's a shame that a pretty girl like you doesn't have a real protector. You know, a real man.
But the Rondrians protect us. They're powerful warriors, aren't they, Borak?
Of course. You know, you're very special. That's why you should have a very special guardian, too.
Oh, that's so sweet of you, Borak. But I know so few people. Do you know of anyone who could protect me?
Well, I could protect you, for example.
But you always have so much to do. All those big deals you're always talking about. Surely that's far too upsetting for me.
I'll be happy.
That was easy enough. Why did I just walked in there and just put it in? Nobody even questioned anything?
Aren't you this Chiron everyone is talking about?
That's me.
Then you have my deepest respect. The city guard feels honored referring to you as the cannibal killer of Warunk.
Innocent people died too.
The prisoners were refugees. Only one true Warunkian died. Don't get me wrong on this, but we can consider ourselves lucky that the whole thing turned out so peacefully.
My decision was tough, but it was right. The cannibal's dead. That's what counts. How is it possible that nobody saw the cannibal?
He was hiding in Moloch Mountain. Nobody dares go there, and he seems to have been hunting only at night.
Sounds a bit thin as an explanation.
Whatever. But why are you here, then?
I have demonic machinations to report, Lance Corporal.
Demonic machinations? Where, who, and when?
Borak from the refugee camp. I watched him worship the archdemon Thargunitoth.
Can you prove that?
He had a demonic artifact. If you searched his tent, I'm sure you'll find it.
All right, citizen. Fellow. The city of Warunk would like to thank you for your honesty and your observations. The city of Warunk will look into the matter immediately and find out just what that villain knows.
Nice.
Oh, if it isn't the night of the sorrowful cannons and its baggage. Come with me, Borak. In your dreams, little man, you can't prove a thing against me. You're under arrest for possession of demonic artifacts. And you learned that off by heart. Oh, nice. And now... What? I have no idea how that got in there. We'll ascertain the facts in a detailed interrogation. Therefore, come along. Impossible. I have nothing to do with it. Borak has nothing to do with the chest in his possession. We'll take that down as the first point. I have no idea how that got in there. We'll ascertain the facts in a detailed interrogation. Therefore, come along. Impossible. I have nothing to do with it.
Okay, he's just gonna go back and forwards. Hopefully if I power through this, it'll be done and I never have to go to the city again. Hopefully.
Chiron, did you have any luck?
Yes. Now you can just go get yourself all prettied up for Mr. Bridegroom.
Come on, it's not that bad. Maybe I can cheer you up. Do you remember the deed we found in Moloch Mountain? While seeking the smuggler, I ran into Pride and Carstig's wife. Her children were so happy when they got the deed to their house back. They even gave me a couple of herrings as thanks, but I bartered them for something that smells better. Here is your share. Let's say it's a little token of gratitude for my savior.
Folk, he'll be in here soon.
Chiron, I can't marry him. I know that now. Whatever you may think about us, you and me, please help me.
So we're leaving Warunk, you and I, now.
And father? We can't. There must be another way to get citizenship.
Rondra, smile upon you, your grace.
Please, Chiron, help me. Help us.
Oh.
Calandra, my lovely, how are you? Greetings, Chiron.
I'm all right.
Obviously. I hope you enjoyed my little gift. How unfortunate that you didn't have the decency to wait a moment with the food. I feel it's a question of dignity. At least you spared one half of it.
That?
You will learn it all very quickly, I'm most sure of that. Then may I introduce to you my beloved mother.
Greetings, my dear. Oh, and this young beauty just has to be little Calandra, am I right?
I'm pleased to make your acquaintance, highborn lady.
Keep listening.
Are you excited? Yes, I would be too. Once you bloom, you will have powers at your command, the likes of which you can now only imagine.
I don't quite understand, dear lady.
Keep listening.
The love, the power. you're still just a girl, but soon you will realize what opportunities open up to you once you've become a woman. As an expert recognizes the inner workings of the stars in order to make use of them, so too will your soul one day rise to the greatest of heights.
I'm afraid I still don't quite follow you.
Keep listening.
Then tell me one thing. Would you pay blood for a precious gem, or love for a pebble?
I think I do not know.
My, but how pretty you are, little Calandra. We will meet again soon.
I am not listening to any
What?
more of this! Chiron,
Shush.
this woman is mad, and this wedding is nothing but a lie!
Shush.
Such anger, such power.
I didn't choose that.
Of course I understand you, Chiron. It is not easy to let one's own sister go.
You!
Calm down.
You know, a woman would do you good too. Why don't you take this pass and try your luck in the city?
I won't let him have you. Folk of Aravor! You will fall by my hand if need be.
Chiron, please.
Stop. Why? Can you not do this? Why? Like, let your sister go. I know you love your sister, but damn, dude. Time and place. There's a time and a place. Yeah, God, this is so bad. This is not even my PC because it's really not using any of my graphics card, really.
Just a few pieces of copper.
It's just this game is badly optimized. Goddamn slideshow. Hopefully if I power through this, I just can never go to the city again.
Psst, hey, what do you need?
Oh, simple longsword. 26D. What is D? Oh, that. Okay, it says this junk. 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 Do I just sell this because it's all junk? Maybe this Taylor can still make his dude out of it. He doesn't need to know where it last worn. Do I need, looks like a piece of jewelry. Well, it was probably even shit for this. Probably need the ore and the ruby. But the other things are just junk. So we'll just sell that. Yeah, let's keep the gemstone and the ore. Man, a simple longsword. Holy Jesus. Man, it's not cheap to get a longsword. Yeah, I definitely can't get a longsword. Alright. I love a longsword, but I'm poor as dirt.
Stop right there, loudmouth.
What do you want?
Greetings. I see you've brought help.
You've broken into my chest and put this demon thing in it. And then you ratted me out to the guards.
And now you're here to cry on my shoulder.
Your ears is what I'll cut off and pay to the guy who let me out of prison. Men, get 'em. 2 girls to the man who brings me his balls.
Yeah. Holy Jesus. How many people? All that and I get one item. Yeah, the city stuff is a lot, Jesus. I'm only at 30 FPS at best. It's just the game. Wait, what was that? Does that even change anything? Oh yeah, look at that. Got like shredder claws now. Rusty chain sleeves. Okay. Look at that, shredder claws.
Well, you sure showed him, didn't you? Very nice, very nice.
Did you know that guy?
Unfortunately, yes, but I didn't much care for him either.
Has he robbed or blackmailed you?
Neither, he was behind on his payments.
In arrears?
May I introduce myself? I'm Parel Notgelf from the Kreutzer Cartel. Urunkian underworld, understand?
I see. You're the debt collector.
More like the leader.
Congratulations.
I like you, boy. Say, maybe you'd be interested in working for us. You could improve your finances, and every once in a while the cartel has a few other things to give away.
We'll see.
You need not decide immediately, just come to the entrance of Kreutzer Alley if you're interested. I'm sure we'll run across one another.
Sure, why not? Maybe.
See you soon then. The Kreutzer Cartel awaits your visit.
Maybe not go to them. Dude, look at that armor. Oh, righty. There you go. Dexterity, picklock. Wait, hang on. I just noticed something. I know it took me like 2 hours to notice. But dexterity does blacksmith. What? In all the RPG games I know, dexterity does not do blacksmith. Strength does. Whatever. But you know what? What do I know? do I know?
I'd like to go to the market. Here's my pass.
Thanks again for the information. We've been after Borak for a long time, but we could never find any proof, or any witnesses. People have been covering for him, probably because they were afraid. Nice to see that someone finally took care of that rogue.
I always try to help.
Absolutely worthy of honor. By the way, the city guard is always looking for capable young men like yourself. Guards do have some benefits. The forge always supplies us first, and our Sergeant Fergalosh has good connections with our Margrave Sumadan.
Ooh.
If you're interested, you can find Fergalosh in our headquarters, east of the market. Just say that I sent you.
My thanks.
Oh, wait. You haven't even shown me your pass yet. I'm afraid I must insist, as I'm sure you'll understand.
Be nice.
You're only doing your duty. Of course I have a pass.
Excellent. Then I wish you an enjoyable and profitable
Hey, we're
day
gonna
at the
join the
market.
guards. We're gonna be a guardsman. For the market. Hopefully this is gonna be better. I honestly don't think it's gonna be better. But I'm wishing it can improve my FPS. Please don't be a slideshow. Hey? Hey, it's not a slideshow. It's not a slideshow. Oh god. I am happy it's not a slideshow. This is what my life come up to. Just hoping that the game runs. What is this? Then says you must be worthy to married of a noble born folk of yeah, whatever. Wait. East is this way, isn't it? Wait, is that a dead body? Why is there a dead body in the middle of the street? Nobody cares about this dead body? Really? Nobody cares about a dead body. Sure. There's a dead guardsman there and nobody cares.
Now my brother's in jail. Just because the bloody guards wanted to have someone guilty to show.
Let's join the guards.
Freed city. Freed of hope, maybe.
Oh, nice. Dwarf. Yeah, I'm definitely joining the guards. I know. Okay, I'm gonna put this out here now. Okay. I will probably do a second playthrough of this game, okay? Only when I get a new computer. Whenever that is. That's not going to be until like 1 or 2 years in the future, but I will play this game again and be the other side, the debt collector. Okay? I'm putting it there if I get a new computer.
Greetings, Dorangrash.
I'm Chiron. Belhahad sent me to see you. He said you're looking for capable men.
Are you a capable man, then?
I defeated Borak.
Kangrosh Garashmox. That was you.
Just me, myself, and I.
Then the city guard could really use you. Interested in an assignment?
What kind of assignment are you offering?
A brothel in Kreutzer Alley. Its owner is earning so much money now that the Kreutzer cartel is becoming interested. Protection money, you can.
So, the Kreutzer cartel.
There are also some strange rumors about the services offered there. Disgusting rumors, if you ask me.
Tell me.
Let's say the girls
They're
there are
stairs.
maybe not as
Oh,
full of life as they could be.
Who in all the hells would pay for that kind of service?
I don't know, but a beating will be enough to bring the brothel owner to his senses. And of course, the guard won't be stingy either. We pay well. So, can I count on you, lad?
Yep. Whatever you say, Master Dwarf.
So I'm supposed to beat up the brothel's owner.
You should realize just where Angrosh's hammer hangs, but don't cripple him if you can avoid it.
And what happens if I do find signs of necromancers or the Kreutzer cartel?
Then the guards would finally have a reason to search the whorehouse. The cartel would have to realize that too, and that would prevent any disputes. So that's why you have to go, lad, and no one else. If my people show up in Kreutzer Alley, there's sure to be trouble with the cartel.
I get it. Again, but slowly this time. What exactly does this city guard in Warunk do?
One cannot simply abandon the city to itself, or the cartel. Then everything would go to the dragon around here. We are responsible for the lower town, at least for the part the Rondrians grabbed for themselves.
I see. After the liberation, they took their share of the spoils.
Right, we are Margrave's Sumadan's people. That's why we keep ourselves out of the affairs of the Rondrians. Ha! If they have their way, the whole city will soon be holier than a temple.
And what role does the Kreutzer cartel play?
They're criminals, interested only in their profits. Smugglers, thieves, and murderers. And their leader, Parel, is the worst of them all.
Tell me a little more about yourself.
I'm Fergalosh, son of Farug. 85 years' experience in battle. The last 20 as a mercenary leader. Many of my lads are still working for me.
The Rondrians liberated Warunk, and at least in the western city, they rule pretty strictly. So why does the city need a guard?
Ah, Rondrians. The people fear them, but they don't respect them. No wonder with all that talk about honor and loyalty and such. I'm telling you, lad, you have to know the people to lead them. And I know the people. That's why I'm the sergeant around here.
Alright.
Tell me more about this brothel.
The Thorned Rose is in Kreutzer Alley. You'll recognize it by the ugly human women on the balcony. The ones dressed so indecently.
And how can I recognize the owner?
His name is Tiakranor. That's all I know.
Alright.
You said the Kreutzer cartel was blackmailing the owner of the brothel.
At least I can well imagine that their leader, Parel, will soon try. After all, the business is producing more and more gold. We can't allow the cartel to grow any more powerful. If we can get a handle on that whorehouse, then maybe we can finally open a shaft.
What?
We'll get a chip off the boulder. Oh, how do you bigots put it? A foot in the door. We have to be able to show our presence in Kreutzer Alley without starting a war with the cartel. That can only be done when people are not afraid. Just recently, a civilian came to me to report the theft of a piece of amber. It had a symbol of the sun god Prius carved into it. Right, the stone, not the man. At any rate, he hasn't dared to accuse anyone. And the only ones who come to mind are the Kreutzer cartel. Nothing is sacred to them.
Could Folk of Arivor have something to do with the whorehouse?
By Angrosh's beard, are you mad? Do you not ken what you're saying? I mean, I can't stand the bugger myself, but he must have really pissed on your leg if you're suspecting something like that.
Oh, I have my reasons.
Well, I can't say aught about that. Maybe you'll get a few pointers from the girls in the brothel. But, in truth, no Rondrian can afford to be seen visiting the whores. Bad for morale and so on. Especially if there really are necromancers involved there. The Rondrians would burn the owner at the stake. And they'd be damn well right, for once.
Do I hear a little aversion to Rondrians there?
They may be honorable warriors, but they let others do the dirty work. And the first time you tell them the truth to their faces, out comes the two-handed sword. Many of them only see the world as black and white, fire and water. They forget that there's something in between. The grey, the mud. Let's talk about something else, lad.
Why do you think that the brothel owner is interested in a necromancer's services?
I'm sure you've heard. The necromancers had their way in Warunk for years. Eventually the people just got used to them.
The Rondrians pursue necromancers and demon worshippers mercilessly. And you think that doesn't help?
Lad, I've seen people who've gone to their deaths rather than change their habits. That goes for normal Warrenkrians just the same as it does for the Kreutzer cartel. And, unfortunately, even for my own lads. Sometimes you have just to live with the fact that people have preferences that stink to high heaven. There's nothing you can do except hold your nose.
Okay, I think that's enough.
Thank you for your trust, Sergeant.
Do you accept the assignment?
Yes, Sergeant.
Excellent. The owner of the Thorned Rose is Tiakranor, and you'll find him in Kreutzer Alley. Good luck, Chiron.
Thank you. Oh, wait. We got a mission. Wish I had a better sword, but whatever. Oh, great. No. There goes the FPS. Yeah, it's not bad as the city, though. Oh, no. I'm so scared this is going to be even worse. Smacking. Oh, no. This is fine. I love how I'm just scared of playing this game now. Just because of the slideshow.
You should put your money pouch in your shirt.
Wonder how this will go on like a red light district loading screen. Yeah. Wonder how this will go as a 30 series card. Like if you have like a 3080 or something, how well this game will handle. Probably pretty well. You probably won't get any lag out of this game. Me and my old 1070.
Don't be like that. I still need at least 2 more customers today.
Forgive me, darling, but the brothel is closed today.
Closed.
The girls have their day off today.
I have a message for Tiakranor.
A message? Kind of message?
I can only explain it to him personally. Where is he?
Ugly NPC.
I don't know. You should go now. Please be so kind as to leave the brothel.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to leave until I've spoken to Tiakranor.
Who sent you? Was it Folk?
Yeah. Ah, fuss okay.
Folk of Aravor? He was here? What was he doing exactly?
Well,
look at that hair.
What people do here, sir. He is a close confidant of Mr. Tiakranor's.
That just made Tiakranor my enemy.
Then you must help me. I beg you. I beg you. Tiakranor's gone mad. He wants to send all the girls to the Dark Mother.
He wants to kill them? Why?
He wants to turn them into the undead. He says it will be cheaper and better for business.
It does sound insane.
It's because of the plague and contagion and some special requests. Please, please hurry.
Okay, child. Let me catch you up in the speed of the game so far. First, the cutscene in the beginning of the game, where the woman cut open a pregnant woman's belly and rip out the fetus, and use it to summon a demon. Baby. Actually, rip out a live baby. Wasn't a fetus, it was a baby. And use it as a ritual to summon a demon. And then you have to kill a cannibal that's eating people, or kidnapping and eating people. Then you have to deal with incest, because this guy is in love with his sister. Now we have to deal with necrophilia. He wants to use undead girls as brothel people. And this is just the 2 hours in this game so far. There's like 15 hours of this game. Like, what else? What else is gonna go wrong? Exactly. Oh, I forgot. The whole world is run by demons. There's only one city that's safe because of a goddess of war that saved the city. So the whole other land is just completely in demons and people just getting killed outright. And there's a plague killing people. Yeah. I think you cashed up now. This game was just messed up in one way and another. Base more information.
You mentioned the Dark Mother. What exactly did you mean?
You don't know the Dark Mother, sir. She is the mother of the family beyond. Her husband is the fiery father. And then there's the seeing son and the deep daughter too.
What's next?
We have to keep that quiet, right? Tiakranos says, thanks to the Dark Mother, death is no longer a limit, but only a threshold, and many new challenges await those who died in the afterlife.
You think the Archdemon Thugunitoth is the Dark Mother, and the other family members are also Archdemons. Agrimoth, the Destroyer of the Elements, Blackaraz, Master of Revenge and Hatred, and Charybdoroth, the Relentless Drowner.
Ha! Archdemons here, archdemons there. Those are the new gods. The old gods didn't look after us either. At least you can see what the new ones are doing.
Then there are others who consider the Dark Mother to be the reincarnation of
Yeah.
Mada, the goddess of magic, and her son Borbarad, the ruler of the forbidden knowledge.
Excuse me, but that really is heresy, you know.
Hey, Lisa's voice acted. This could all be text. Lisa actually put the budget in for voice acting. Voice acting. In quoting marks.
Explain to me again why Tiakranor wants to turn the girls into undead.
It was the plague. Before the Exodus, many of the men who came to us were already ill. They wanted to enjoy their last days. But that also infected many of the girls. Tiakranor eventually started resurrecting the dead girls in order to protect the living.
And you were probably happy to help whenever customers wanted to have special wishes fulfilled.
No, it wasn't like that. These people always just came to look. Tiakranor told me that he only resurrects the girls as a reminder of life under the necromancers.
And you believed every word, of course.
What could I do? I was afraid.
I see you having a big party in the room. Yeah. Got lights, everything. Oh, wait. Hang on. Make it even better. Wave time. Even better. You think this is enough lights? I think I need more.
What was Folk of Aravor doing in the brothel?
He and Tiakranor seem to get along well. They're sort of friends.
Then Aravor supports Tiakranor's intention to
Bill
turn all the girls into undead?
I don't know, but the other day, a girl who talked a little too much died. Falk doesn't want his name mentioned. Yes, the Lord of Aravor is simply a little more modest than other Rondrians. They never come here otherwise.
By the way, you should see... Like, my brother went outside the house and took a photo of my room. You could see the lights from the end of the street. Like, literally, my whole bedroom is just lighting up. Like a neon sign outside. So you have this whole street just completely dark. And you just have this one corner of the house just light up like a goddamn Christmas tree. It's actually kind of funny outside.
Why haven't you told anyone? Half Warunk would give anything for this brothel.
People are crazy.
The Kreutzer Cartel is still only interested in profit. Tiakranor's new business idea would suit them just fine. The Guard isn't represented strongly enough in Kreutzer Alley and they demand proof before they do anything. And if the Rondrians find out, they'll hang us all.
I thought heretics were burnt, not hung.
It used to be that way. Nowadays the firewood is used for construction.
Alright, let's continue with the story.
Enough. Where's Tiakranor?
Use the door. Hurry, please.
Alright. Oh, by the way, child. Get off your feet, better music. there's no saving this game. See, there's no option to save. There's absolutely no option to save. It's all auto save. That's how janky the game is. See, the controls, no quick save as well. And see how everything's in numbers like keyboard? LBRT. I don't even have. Yeah, I don't even have my controller plugged in. This is just how the game is. I guess we do don't transfer. I don't want to imagine how this game is on control.
Ah, Chiron, welcome. I was told that you were coming.
Who told you?
Your patron, Folk of Arivor. He said that you're interested in sowing a few wild oats.
Oh, really?
Don't worry, I have a number of the most willing girls for you to choose from.
More information.
What has Folk told you of my wishes?
You shall receive whatever you crave. You can have any number of girls if you so desire. You can return them when and in whatever condition you wish, Mr. Chiron.
How generous.
I have always found Folk of Arivor to be generous. A fine man, and the only Rondrian to frequently honor my house. But be so good as to not mention anything about my new business idea to him. I would rather tell him in person.
Okay, one question though. What are the fingernails? Look at his fingernails. Look at those. Like pointy and sharp. My dude. Cut your nails. But I do like how he's dressed. I love the golden and green type of thing. And the mask. I love the design of this guy. I gotta admit, I do like the design of this guy. Good fashion.
I heard you have a new business idea.
Well, it's not really a new business idea. When the necromancers ruled here, there were brothels like mine everywhere. If you will, I'm just reviving an old tradition. And as you see, I do pretty well.
You certainly do. But what about your girls?
The girls are grateful to my people and me for helping them cross over to the Dark Mother. They have nothing but benefits from it. You look at these beautiful creatures, my masterpieces, tireless, invulnerable, and immune to all disease. Do you find the girls delightful too?
No, not really.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. We could put down pimping, you know. Or slave worker. Whatever you want to call it there. So we could check that on the list. Man, this is going to be a weird checklist. So, yeah.
The Exodus seems to have been good for your business.
Actually, I had nothing to do with it. It just so happened that Gamut was encouraged to lead the sick forth at a certain point. Volk said it would be better for both me and my business if the patients were not infecting my girls anymore. That was very considerate, but no longer really necessary. My people had already enabled the first to cross over to the Dark Mother.
Folk ordered Gamut to lead the exodus of the sick out of the refugee camp.
You would have to ask His Grace of Arivor himself, for he knows Gamut far better than I.
Okay, time to kill everybody in here.
Enough. I'm not here for sex.
You're not? But I was told you were coming.
I don't give a damn what Folk of Arivor told you.
Who the Nameless sent you here?
I am here on behalf of the city guard. Sergeant Vergalosh will tolerate your actions no more, Necromancer.
You can't touch me. I'm under Falco Varivor's protection.
I will go when I'm done, and your people are not going to harm these girls.
You cannot stop me, Karen. First, the girls will go to the Dark Mother, and then so will you. Men, let the transition begin.
What is going on? I'm doing no damage. Battle time. Look at the damage I'm doing. Ow. I have to use my potion. Oh jeez, I'm cornered. Man, this is a tough guy. There we go. Finally got him. Hey, there's more zombies? Who's summoning these zombies? Hey, don't vomit on me. Gee, that's disgusting. You done now? There we go.
I had to take drastic measures.
Maybe Chakranor will like it with the Dark Mother. In any case, thanks for the help. Please check up on my girls. Maybe you can even save some of them from crossing over.
Alright. Fast talking, Hagel. Yeah, let's get that. Maybe save up for whirlwind, windmill. Windmill. Illishi. Okay. Dodging.
I'll try to find some bandages. Be right back.
I don't want to do that fight again. There you go, some bandages. That'll help.
I cannot thank you enough.
Yes, sure.
Oh well, there's a bit of work needs doing now. Someone will have to run the Thorned Rose.
I guess you have the most experience at doing so.
You will know that both the City Guard and the Kreutzer Cartel have an eye on this house.
You'll have to choose one side or the other.
Yes, that would probably be best. It would be good if we were protected and wouldn't have to take too much of your time.
So, who do you choose?
Ugh, decisions. I'm terrible at making decisions. I want you to decide for me. Here, take the deed. Give it to our new protectors.
I think I'm going to report Falk's contact with Giacomo to his superiors.
Are you a Warunkian citizen then?
Not yet.
No one will believe you. And the Rondrian Metropolitan Yarkon isn't in the city right now. That means you would have to turn Falk in to himself. That might be a bit difficult, don't you think?
Yeah.
What if the City Guard were to protect you and gain more power in Kreutzer Alley?
Well, prostitution isn't forbidden in Warunk. We could just keep the business going. We used to often have problems with people stiffing their bills and we never had anyone we could complain to about it. That would change. Maybe we could even start a guild at some point. On the other hand, Fergalosh is extremely fervent. Many customers would go elsewhere for their enjoyment and we would have to go hungry sometimes.
Why's that?
When you get to know a man, you have to find out what he is used to. With the guard watching us, we couldn't offer our customers everything they're accustomed to.
You can't seriously want to serve those habits again.
They're just little things, my friend, with underwear, without, things like that, guaranteed. But our neighbours won't be happy to see the guard coming and going all the time. Kreutzer Alley is still cartel territory.
What would happen if I were to choose the Kreutzer Cartel?
Perel would gain more power in Warunk and would do good business with us. The girls could decide for themselves whether they want to work alongside the undead, but I can also imagine that the cartel wouldn't be too gentle with them.
What do you mean?
I know their kind. They would beat the girls just to demonstrate their strength. If they were out of the way, though, we could do what we want. In the end, it would certainly be good for business. And with the cartel controlling the smuggling, we would finally be able to eat properly again.
Alright, I made my decision.
I think I know who I'll give the deed to.
Well, if that isn't timing, we have visitors.
Sergeant, what are you doing here?
Sounds of battle from a brothel. No whores to be found anywhere in Kreutzer Alley. Sounds as if you had a spot of trouble, lad.
The rumors were true. Giacomo was having the girls killed and then raising them again as undead.
Drax show, and earn even more money that way. I hope he's already on his way to the nether hells.
Giacomo is dead, and Dolorosa will now take over as manager of the Thorned Rose.
Oh god. This guy was his pimp king.
So, it seems I came just in time to see the guard poaching in foreign territory.
Get lost, Perel. The Thorned Rose is ours now.
Fergalosh, old friend, may I remind you of our truce? It would be very unfortunate if we had to return to our former behaviour.
Maybe the gentleman would like to allow my guests to get a word in. That will certainly help to clear matters up.
It's true. One of you will be taking the brothel under his protection in the future.
You don't really believe that the Kreutzer cartel will give a single foot of ground in this matter?
I hope you've thought it through carefully, lad. If you choose wrong, there will be war.
To the guards.
I want Fergalus and the men of the city guard to protect the brothel. They will ensure law and order.
That was the right decision, lad. You're a decent man.
Yep.
The city guard is supposed to take care of a whorehouse? That is so ridiculous it makes you want to cry. But the cartel has understood. We'll meet again, gentlemen, and may the new gods then have mercy on you.
Dolorosa was satisfied. Thanks to the city guard, the Thorned Rose and its inhabitants were spared any further attacks by the underworld. Necromantic machinations were now a thing of the past, and no one cheated on their bill anymore. The establishment of a whore's guild was finally within reach. The price of this security was that now many customers stayed away, for they missed the excesses common under Tiakranor's rule. Clalandra's groom was never seen there again. Most denounced the rumors of Falk's inclinations as offensive and implausible. At least they did whenever strangers were listening. Last but not least, Fergalos's truce with the Kreutzer cartel was broken. The guard began to prepare themselves for a major confrontation, another opportunity for Chiron to make a name for himself in Warunk.
Can I get better armor? Please.
Looking for a little fun.
Buggers up was the tree branches are Tristan tangled by the pink calls that his father from life deceased. But still live there. Something about the tree stands. He was dead. He was fine. Is that dead babies? Did people put dead babies next to a tree? I'm gonna get some water. Yeah. This game's messed up. Get him back. Alright, let's keep playing this game.
Come on, you get me and my sister together.
Yeah, let's just call this a game.
Make it easy for the
Come
cartel.
on, you get me and my sister together.
Alright. Technically, this is better than a rusty jagged blade. I don't know. Now I'm just gonna club people to death. That's gonna be fun. Oh, chess.
I wouldn't wander around here like that if I were you, but it's your life.
Let's see if there's anybody that will sell me a. I should talk to the guards. See if they'll give me a sword.
Do you even know which end of a sword to hold?
Well, thanks. Yeah, this is still What's the scrap metal? I guess this weapon's good enough for now. Just bonk people on the head with a wooden club. Wait, did you just punch that? Do that again. Stab. Stab. Punch, yeah. Okay, they're teaching how to punch you in the face.
Good to see you, lad. Thanks again for the thorned rose. By Mother Parain, you made the right decision. I've another assignment for you. Are you interested?
Sure, my assignment?
Then tell me about this assignment. It's about a man named Fyodor Brigante, a mage who settled down here. He's under house arrest, heresy. He's to be transferred to the guard's headquarters now, with an escort.
Why do you want to move the heretic? Does this have anything to do with Perel's declaration of war?
Right. Fyodor is no longer safe at home. The Kreutzer cartel could strike at any moment. We have to be prepared.
Why would the cartel be interested in a heretical mage?
Fyodor has a vast knowledge of witchcraft, demons, constellations, disease. He's an expert in these things and talks about them constantly. In the hands of the cartel, his knowledge could be quite dangerous. That's why we need to get him to safety. And, of course, it pays well.
Aren't the Rondrians responsible for dealing with heresy?
They are. They believe that free thought is a major cause of people pacting with demons. That's why they're really cracking down at the moment. I don't tend to see it so strictly myself, but if someone disturbs the public peace, the guard has to step in. That's still better than having people accuse their neighbors of heresy just because they can't stand one another. Because that's what the Rondrians' crackdown will lead to, even if that isn't their goal.
Tell me about the heretic.
He climbed up on a barrel in the market and started talking rather incoherently about the gods. Free thinking, you can be hanged for that. My lads were fast enough and got to him before the Rondrians. All he got from me was 3 weeks of house arrest.
Then you didn't consider the heresy all that bad?
You know, lad, people talk a lot of nonsense, but they never admit it. Oh, no. I prefer it when someone opens their mouth and gets themselves caught. Fyodor didn't preach demon worship or anything of the like, and if I can annoy the Rondrians, I'm twice as happy to save his life. I also have a feeling that his knowledge could soon be very useful, but maybe I'm wrong there.
Folk of Aravor appears to be involved in Tiakranor's machinations. Do you have any idea what's behind it?
Can you prove it, lad? You can get yourself into a mess of trouble if not.
It's the truth. Tiakranor himself even confirmed it.
I believe you can, but I'm probably the only one. No Rondrian would ever get involved with a necromancer. That'd be treason. And even if you do have evidence, you'll need power and a good reputation in the city. Otherwise, you'll never get the chance to submit it to the Metropolitan.
I don't even have citizenship. So my sister is sold off to the most powerful man in town, who betrays his own order, and I can't even prove it.
A marriage without love. That's bad. Someone has to do something.
What do you mean?
The folk of Arivor may be calling the shots for the Rondrians at the moment, but Sumadan of Bregelsam is still the Margrave of Warwick. If I were to put in a good word for you, your family could get their citizenship this way too.
You'd do that for me, Sergeant?
Why not? If you don't disappoint me, well, lad, then you can count on me.
Nice.
All right, I'll escort the heretic.
Very good. Then go to Kreutzer Alley. There you'll find Fyodor. Bring him safely through Kreutzer Alley. My people will be waiting at the other end. Once Fyodor is safe here with me, I'll get you your citizenship. See, I don't like it when my people have to beg the Rondrians for passes.
Yes, Sergeant.
One more thing, lad. You seem familiar somehow. Have we ever met before?
Not that I know.
Strange. Very strange.
Wait, that means I can get a weapon from you guys? Or armor? Because I like some armor weapons. How much does this sword sell for? Hang on, give me a second. If I go pick this, how much does the other sword, this weapon, go for?
Do you even know which end of a sword to hold?
Thanks for that. Okay, 10. Oh, what? So you selling me the same weapon for 20? Oh, that's just a ripoff. But I want a long sword. No rust, no blood, but exposed dark spores and still. Modification 50 days or. That's 5 attack, 5 essence, yeah. Critical chance. Let's see, that would make it. Yeah, we'll sell that. There you go, solid long sword. That's all my money, but it's worth it. I think that's worth it for a solid long sword.
People of Warunk, be
In
reminded
the
that every
Middle Lands, he would
death
still have
must
a
be
life ahead of
reported
him.
to the Metropolitan, and each body delivered unto the Geonts.
I see why bludgeoning weapons do more damage, but speed, more magic, critical hit. It seems like the blades weapons are a lot better than the blunt weapons, in my opinion. Especially this long sword. Alright, time to do the escort mission.
I wouldn't wander
Theodore?
around here like that.
The
if I
proper
was you,
salutation is learned scholar Mr. Brigante, or at least Lord Magus. Who are you anyway?
The house arrest is over. For safety's sake, I'm to bring your skull to City Guard headquarters. Learned scholar, Mr. Magus.
An escort? It seems to me that this is more of an arbitrary
put your
intrusion
money
of state
pouch in your
authority upon my
shirt.
privacy.
No need to
I
make it easy
protest.
for the cartel.
I do not need a murderer to escort me. You will have to bring me to Sergeant Fergalosh the same way I entered house arrest, voluntarily.
I am here to protect you, Magus. Things in Kreutzer Alley will soon be much rougher than they are now. The truce between the Guard and cartel has been broken.
Now that the guard
Sergeant
is dead,
Fergalosh is a
sometimes
bully,
even
and
see
you
people from
are the
upper
personification of roughness. Being a prisoner of the cartel would be an equivalent state.
Is that what you want, then?
Well, in truth, I'm still undecided, as it were.
You should put your money
Oh
pouch
Jesus,
in your
there's so much
shirt.
dialogue.
No need to make it easy for the cartel.
Jesus, child, you're right. There's 90% of the game was dialogue.
I have a question about a magical phenomenon. Maybe you could help me.
Of course. Nandos is with the Inquisitive.
I've never had a hint
Now
of
that
magic
the
in me all my
guard is
life,
here,
and now
sometimes
suddenly
even
something
see
has
people from the upper town
awakened
down here.
within me.
Intuitive, elemental, or demonic? I mean, maybe you're possessed.
It had something to do with the mixing of blood. It feels like I were using other people's life force to do magic.
Barbaradian? And you claim you
Piss
knew
off,
nothing
and
about
no
it?
stupid looks
Don't
neither.
act like a fool, man.
I'm not a Borbaradian. I never learned to use blood to do magic. It just happened.
Look, this is completely implausible. Borberadian magic requires years of practice and a sound education.
Now that
This gift can't have just come to you out of the blue. It could have come from the nether hells, but that would have required truly potent demonic activity.
It wasn't like that. I never sold my soul.
Very reasonable.
Can't you help me at all?
You seem to have a very powerful patron
Piss off,
who is not
and
too
no
particular in his
stupid looks
morality.
neither.
He will likely know more. Or the outbreak of the gift was an accident. Then you just have to live with that power and hope that you die before anyone can claim your soul in return.
Okay.
Might I learn a little more about you?
Here like that if I were you.
Magus probatus sum. I am Fyodor Briganti, Adeptus Major member of the Great Grey Guild of the Spirit, a graduate of the School of Spiritual Travel in Belhanka.
So only a heretic, and not a necromancer.
Are you trying to insult me? There are significant differences between an educated grey mage and a simple necromancer.
In the bushes.
Necromancers.
Keep your eyes open.
Better yet, those who pact with demons. People like that just toss their souls into the same cesspit that is home to the demonic TGT. My soul belongs to me alone and nobody else. And if there were more public education, more people would come to this simple conclusion. By the way, if you were better educated, you would never have asked this question in the first place, my good man.
What do you think about the Kreutzer Cartel's goals?
Well, one cannot really
put your
call
money
them
pouch
goals.
in your
The
shirts.
Kreutzer Cartel
They need to
is
make
a
it
loose
easy for the
alliance of
cartel.
cutthroats and chicken thieves. Basically, the cartel is nothing more than an ordinary neighborhood. Well, ordinary for a city where for decades one could not be certain as to whether the ruler had again sent a bad dream or his own brother-in-law really
What are you
turned to
looking for
dust
round
at the
here?
touch
Punch
of
in the head?
sunlight. Without the urbane Mr. Parel Notgelf, these people would be a godsend for any kind of soul catchers, demon worshippers, priests, and gods know what else. Even if Parel wears the mantle of the free spirit like a feathered headdress, his aspirations are purely material. Basically, the cartel is not a good environment for a reputable scientist. On the other hand, it is sometimes quite useful to know the smugglers.
What do you think of Fergalosh and his people?
Fergalosh
Piss off, and
believes
no
he
stupid
represents law
looks
and
neither.
order here. He competes with the Rondrians, which is logical considering the fact that he is paid by the Margrave. He considers me a troublemaker, and therefore wants me behind bars. It took a lot of convincing to barter him down to a house arrest. You said the truce is broken. Then it is logical that Fergalosh wants to have me brought in. He is afraid of my potential.
And there, in the bushes.
But a free
Eh?
spirit cannot
your
be
eyes
constrained by any walls. You can be certain of that. Oh, for a free spirit, there are no walls at all. Ergo, to me, it does not matter one whit whether I'm at home or in the guard's headquarters.
Can't you skip it?
Oh,
I
this is
could,
going well, my friend.
but then I wouldn't get all the dialogue out of this game.
Do you know the Rondrian folk of Aravor? Can you tell me anything about him?
Folk of Aravor? That's right, one of the Rondrians.
See?
I'd completely forgotten
Quest
him.
update in
He is also
AP.
far too
God,
worldly.
yeah.
Far too
Sometimes even see
libertarian.
people from the upper town.
You think he is a libertarian?
Infinitely libertarian. Infinitely. Unbelievable. He who knows no boundaries would simply burst. That alone makes him dangerous. And someone like that is the Metropolitan's deputy, while serious scientists are called heretics.
What heresies has he spread?
We once had a philosophical dispute. That in itself is remarkable for a Rondrian. What really frightened me was his detailed knowledge of blood magic and
Piss off,
demonology.
and no stupid
I would have
looks
expected
neither.
a Borberadian to possess that knowledge, but not a priest of the goddess of war. Do not misunderstand me. Borberad was a demigod, and many of his teachings breathed the spirit of freedom. But ultimately, his arrogance brought him and his
Piss off,
disciples
and
to
no
fall.
stupid looks neither.
Interesting. The hubris dialogue is a transcendental problem, the dilemma of master and servant potentiated within arcane karmic interdependency. Conclusion, the man is suspicious. Do you have other questions?
God, no. Yeah, see,
What
I've
are you
got
looking for round here? Punching
XP and quest updated out of that.
Just come with me, Magus.
I do that which my will commands.
Piss off, and no stupid looks neither.
Ow. Ow. Animals. There's something outside man. 28 out of the 12 months. Yeah. Don't know anything about that because I've never seen snow in my life.
Don't be like that. I still need at least 2 more customers today.
It's white powder.
No stupid looks.
Yeah, but I heard it's like wet as well. Very wet. People could keep complaining about how soaked it is.
You should put your money pouch in your shirt. You need to make it easy for the guards out.
It gets wet in your hands because your hands is warm. It melts. And the moisture and all that stuff. Yeah, that's what I just heard anyway. I don't know.
Back there in the alley, that shadow.
Like I said, never actually
There
touched
you
snow
are.
in my life.
Excellent. It
And
was
there,
far too
in the
easy.
bushes. Eh?
Yes, well,
Keep
lovely.
your eyes open.
Come, Lord Magus. We'll soon have you safe.
Safe, security, and law and order. I like this naive little sergeant.
Well then, lead me away.
Young man, I'll see you soon. Maybe I'll even drop by for a visit.
Yes. Take care, Magus.
And give Fergalosh my regards when you collect your reward.
Yeah, the closest thing I ever get is what's it called? Oh, what's that called? Hail. Yeah, that's it, hail. That's ever the closest I ever got. Not the same, but hail's kind of cool. Dangerous. Hey, look, I got pointy boots now. But where I live is just hot. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Just pretty much hot all the time. Except for right now-ish. Right now it's kind of winter, so it's heating up. Kind of getting cold. But that's not much. It's normal weather, pretty much. What should I do? Oh, I've got 800. Jesus. I can do that. There you go. I can do strength, I guess. I'm getting a bit weak. That works. Work on my strength a bit. I'd love to see snow one day. I think that's a far thing.
Kangrusha, good job, lads. My thanks. I do not want to promise too much, but the next assignment could be pretty profitable, and it concerns the whole city.
I'm listening.
The Kreutzer cartel is planning a revolt. They want to storm the armory.
Storm the arsenal? Why?
They want to eat up all the provisions, steal building material, and weapons. Even if they are poor bastards, I cannot let that happen. We need every man to defend the arsenal.
Is the armory really that badly fortified?
Unfortunately, yes. It's just a simple, half-timbered house in the east town, hard to defend. I recommended using the old Rondra temple for an armory from the beginning, but folk of Arivor prevented it. Hard as granite, the rotter. So, lad, here's your chance to prove yourself. Will you fight for law and order, or not?
Yes, I will.
Why don't you give the hungry enough to eat?
And give in to the Kreutzer cartel's intrigues? Never. We can't condone anyone breaking the law. If the starving mob storms the armory today, they'll be standing in front of the prince's palace tomorrow. I won't allow Warrank to sink into chaos just because a couple of hungry people can't wait for the rations. We would like to distribute even more food. The Rondrians would too, but the refugees from the surrounding areas are literally eating the beards off our faces. Cussed soil produces little wheat. All the food must be brought from the coast, and we can't keep distributing it fast enough. Oh, if Fargosh were but here, he could help us.
Who's Fargosh?
Fargosh was my brother. I lost him. Let's talk about something else.
Aww.
What about the Rondrians? Will they be involved in the fight?
No, I'm not letting any twisted lion worshipper stick his nose into my business. This is a matter for the Guard. To be precise, a matter for the Guard and the Kreutzer cartel. If they want to challenge us, good. We can determine the balance of power once and for all at the arsenal.
In the end, the Rondrians will find out anyway. Wouldn't it make more sense to work with them?
This is going to be a dirty fight. They'll be happy they can stay out of it. In addition, it's bad enough that the Rondrians control the west and upper city. The east city must remain Guard territory. And even if they are insulted, I'm sure the prisoners know something about the sword the Rondrians lost.
You want to take prisoners, Sergeant?
We're certainly not going to kill half the city. After all, I wouldn't want to be inhuman. You ken the drift.
Why did Folk of Arivor prevent the old Rondra temple from being used as an armory?
I dunno exactly ken. Guess he's just greedy and wants the Church of Rondra to have two temples. The new one in the upper town and the old one down here. As I said, the old Rondra temple would at any rate have been more spacious and would have been much better suited than the arsenal. Now that I think about it, Folk bears a certain responsibility for the rebellion.
That's strange. Why does he want to keep a temple that used to be a brothel called Rondra's Tits? Especially when a new one is being built in the upper city.
No one can be certain that the temple was really desecrated. Many Warunkians would be pleased if the Rondrians were to reopen it. I mean, yes, many are of the opinion that the whole occupation thing should finally be put to rest. No wonder, seeing as how they all used to fix their scales anyways.
That would fit everything I know about him so far. He doesn't really take the honor part too seriously.
Trax Radosha, he's dividing the Rondrians. That means even more trouble. Hopefully, Metropolitan Yakon will return soon.
I don't need any more information, Sergeant.
One more thing, lad. If you help us, you'll become a member of the Guard. You don't have to wear a uniform or aught, but after that, you're one of us.
You're going to not only make me a citizen, but a guard as well? Then the Kreutzer cartel will do anything they can to harm me.
Law and order. That's Warunk in a nutshell. Anyone who doesn't like it doesn't belong here.
I'll do it. I want to belong to the Guard.
Excellent. Then we'll meet at the armory in the East City.
I'm actually loving this game. Like, it's the performance is the only thing really killing me right now. Other than that, I'm actually loving this game. Maybe there's something wrong with me.
Here they come! To arms!
That's not how you hold a spear.
Hold the line at all costs.
God, look at the speed. Nice. That's it?
Well fought, Chiron. You came at the right time.
That was probably just an advance party.
Yeah, you're right. But we can't get the damn gate closed.
What's wrong with it? Don't tell me the lever for the portcullis is broke.
No, it's stuck. The gear's broken.
Where can I find a new one?
Down the street there's an outpost, but it's probably already overrun. The bandits came from that direction. I can't leave my position.
I can deal with it. Hang on until I get back.
Well, hurry. The storm may break at any time.
Got new boots. Wait, what? I need law for that. Okay. Where's law? And that'll do. Now can I identify this? Gift pile. Ooh. That was worth it. Okay, let's go through the city. Jesus. Killing everybody. More people. Whoa. Why can't I get over this way? I'm just decimating these people. Jesus. You want me to kill anybody else?
We can't hold the gate any longer. Pull back.
Holy Jesus. Look how many people are here. Man, I'm lucky I put my abilities in parry. Yeah, I'm happy I put my abilities into parry ability. Hit me. Oh, he just wants to stab me. Man, they're really just ramping up the battle, aren't they? That looks so janky. The guy just chasing down the...
Kyron, we won! Welcome to the city guard, my friend. Welcome to the ranks of Warrank's citizens.
Thanks, Sergeant.
Damn, that was a good fight. And we even caught the ringleaders.
Ringleaders? You mean you've caught Perel?
Ha! He won't get his hands dirty, but his henchmen will do us fine. They've already talked. Once they're hanging from the walls, no one will dare attack the guards again.
You want to hang them?
They knew what to expect. Anyone who kills my men will pay for it.
Has the ringleader's testimony brought anything?
They knew nothing about the executioner's swords stolen from the Rondrians, and nothing about the missing amber either. But no matter, they told me a lot about Parel.
Did the prisoner say anything about Fulk?
No, for once he had naught to do with it, but I think your information is sufficient to make Metropolitan Yakon at least suspicious.
Could you arrange for a meeting with Yakon when he returns?
I think so. Dinna fash yourself.
If you execute the prisoners, the Kreutzer cartel won't make peace for a long time.
It won't anyway. Too much blood has been shed. But the cartel has been weakened. They won't be causing trouble again soon. People can once again sleep in peace, and the honest traders in Warunk now have less competition from the smugglers. That's good for their prices.
How did you manage to convince the Margrave to award me citizenship so quickly?
He knows he can count on me. If I trust a man, so does he. Citizenship applies to you and your entire clan.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. I'm happy to do what I can for my people. Oh, by the way, give your father my greetings. I think I know now why you seem so familiar to me.
Are you sure you want to execute these people? They have families.
That's the law. Criminals are to be executed. We can't allow some few to steal supplies belonging to everybody. And dinna tell me that we would be besmirching our victory, or that the poor would thank us. What is important is that decent people can live in safety.
Sergeant, you already have a guilty conscience, and you haven't even decided yet.
Not true. I don't care about their families. They must be punished.
Sergeant, you are lying to yourself.
Well, lad, if you're such an expert, then you're to decide whether we should execute them.
Yes. Execute them. Yeah, execute the prisoners.
They have to die.
Yeah.
The guard's authority must be upheld.
Yeah.
You're right, lad. You're right. Come to our headquarters later. I have something to celebrate. Your admittance to the city guard of Warunk.
In less than an hour, the bodies of the three ringleaders dangled from the walls. The warning was heeded, and there was no more doubt about the fair and just distribution of supplies. The law had triumphed, and the wealthy Warunkians considered Chiron a hero, even if every starving child did secretly weigh upon their consciences. The weakening of the Kreutzer cartel meant fewer goods now arrived in the slums, where Chiron's name now evoked fear and hatred. While the Rondrians approved of the crackdown, Margrave Zumadan was appalled by the unnecessary bloodshed.
Nice. Get more strength. Hey, we have to hold up the law. Oh, kill you. Yep. Hey, do I get some armor and everything? I like some armor. City guard armor and buy some weapons. Have you got any?
Lad, today you've shown that you stand for law and order. You've also figured out which end of your sword to hold on to. I want you to be one of us. One of the guards.
As long as I don't have to wear fruit on my chest, I'm in.
It was done. his actions at the armory had secured Chiron and his family a place within the protection of Warrank's walls. Falk of Arivor would have to find another bride. Yet Chiron had no time to rejoice, for panic suddenly erupted in the streets of Warrank. In the western city, hordes of undead rose to attack the refugees. Chiron lost no time, for his family was in danger. He hurried to the refugee camp.
Well, that's something. Low rank 2. Can I get that? There you go, low rank 2. Ooh. Yeah, just better. Oh yeah, city guard sword, nice. I wanted the uniform, but whatever, I'll get the sword. Hey, at least there's... Oh, god. Give me a second, guys, my internet's lagging.
Undead and demonic magic. Hang on, Calandra.
Goddamn internet. You couldn't hold out for 1 second. Okay, sorry about that, guys. We're back. Oh, this place is a lot better without the... Yeah, this place is a lot better without all the people in it. Performance-wise. Man, I love this sword. Oh, poison resistance, nice. going then? How did you get up there? Just keep hacking, slashing at him. God, there's a lot of zombies. Any more zombies?
Calandra, father, are you all right?
We're doing fine, Chiron.
This hut won't take this for long. With you here, we can try and break out.
What the hell's happened?
The attack came suddenly. We were lucky that we rescued the others.
Lucky is an understatement. Right now, they're shredding everything alive out there. The undead are coming from all directions.
Then there must be several sources, summoning circles, necromancers' work.
We need to head for the Prios Temple. It's easiest to defend.
Consecrated ground. If we're lucky, the Sun God's blessing will stop the undead. Let's go.
Alone? And what about the people here? They're refugees too, just like us.
If those summoning circles really are the source of the undead, that would definitely be an advantage for us.
It would mean that the undead aren't just appearing on their own, but that someone's calling them. You can't summon undead, demons, or even elementals without summoning circles.
Let us hope that the necromancers didn't forget their protective circles. Otherwise, where's the challenge?
Quit showing off, as if protective circles would affect you. It's not like you're from the Netherhells, Chiron.
Maybe not. But maybe these necromancers can tell.
Nice.
Seems the Rondrians weren't all that thorough when they liberated Warunk.
That's not getting us any further here, Chiron.
I heard from the refugees they saw a number of summoning circles on the way here.
Then there are probably several necromancers.
Those summoning circles must be destroyed, otherwise the attacks will continue.
They'll have enough reinforcements with the amount of dead lying here. And just where exactly is Folk? Aren't Daeons supposed to deal with the undead?
Stop it, Chiron. We don't know where they're fighting the undead here in the camp.
Right, we don't know. All we know is that I didn't see a single Rondrian on the way here. Not one!
Right. We don't even know if the Prios Temple is even still consecrated.
Stop it, both of you! At least the temple is easy to defend.
Let's just go. We no longer belong to these people.
What do you mean?
We have our citizenship. We can enter the city.
I don't have to marry him?
This is not the time. Let's go.
Yeah, we'll leave.
The undead could attack at any moment. We have to go.
I will not leave these people here. I don't want the blood of any more innocents on my hands. And not on your hands either, Chiron.
Chiron, go ahead. You hack your way through the worst of it, and we'll follow with the refugees.
From one summoning circle to the next, if I catch a necromancer, I destroy his circle, and you follow. It's the tougher path, but there's less danger if we meet them head-on than in having them follow us.
Let's go.
Right. Maybe I should equip those, potions, antidote potions. So probably, yeah. Bloody severed hand? Why are you picking up a bloody hand?
What have you found?
A severed hand.
Severed body parts as a sacrifice for the invocation of a demon.
The only one who really comes into question is Thalgunitoth, archdemon of the undead.
The Dark Mother.
Stop it, both of you. Anyone naming names is playing with their soul.
As if that ever stopped you, Father.
This is something else, Calandra. You don't understand.
Don't think for a minute that you can keep fobbing me off with that old line.
Alright, let's keep moving. We still haven't caught all the necromancers.
Let's go. Keep going with law. That seems to be paying off for us. Hang on. GP. I don't really have enough GP. Whatever.
Get away from my daughter, you monster!
Please just soak up with blood. Oh god, yeah. Jesus. Can't move. And I was stuck there. Get that bubble out of there.
You found something?
A piece of amber. The sacred stone of the sun god Prios. One exactly like the one that was stolen recently. No charges were ever laid because the victim was afraid.
You've really been having a good look around, Warwick, haven't you?
Black Araz. Definitely the Lord of Vengeance. He's the only one anyone would offer up a piece of amber to in order to facilitate the invocation.
You mean the sun god, Prius' nemesis? What would he have to do with summoning undead?
Maybe that explains why they were able to attack during the day without turning to dust.
The light-shunning rabble.
Don't be silly. This just doesn't fit. We'll need to find the mastermind if we want to know more. If Black Araz is involved, someone is out for revenge. But when he starts summoning undead at the same time, he's out to divert attention from something else. Something bigger.
Oh, then it has to be a Borberadian, Father. With them, nothing is ever the way it seems.
Find that funny, do you? You find that funny, you silly fool?
Come, Father, calm down. We need to get going. Now, if we find him and he really is a Borberadian, you can have the finishing blow.
You are fools, children. Happy fools.
Yeah, at least we're happy. That will mean. Oh, a sword. Yeah, I like my blade. Alright, let's keep it in you. With this bloodshed. So,
another
that's my murder.
At least one summoner must still be
massacre.
alive.
We put massacre on the list. Jesus.
What the hell's happened here?
One less necromancer, one more demonic sacrifice. An executioner's sword with a lioness coat of arms on it.
A Rondrian weapon as an offering in an undead summoning. That's strange. The war goddess's demonic opponents have nothing to do with revenants.
Right. That summoning must have been directed at some other demon than the archdemon Thargunitoth. The undead have been called independently of this summoning. Besides Rondra's nemesis Belhalha, I'd say Blackaraz, the Lord of Vengeance, would probably be a good guess. Executioner swords are often sacrificed to him.
How come you know so much about demons?
You picked these things up over the years. Chiron, weren't you in a hurry? There's still a good way to the Prios Temple.
Okay. Anything good here? Can I get his armor? No. Look at this poor person. Only torn meat from his or whoever bones. They're hunting the bones up like some kind of exhibit. Yeah.
Falk. Who would ever thought to see you here?
Sharp-tongued as ever. At least there's one way to distinguish you from the undead.
Falk, are you here to help?
The zombies didn't rise up on their own. Someone called them. We followed that man here. The leader of the necromancers has fled to the Prios Temple. He is trapped.
The House of the Sun God has been desecrated.
The God of Princes will not protect the lowliest. At least we know that now.
And we know where his soul will go when we're finished with it.
Okay. If they're supposed to kill him, I'll kill him.
Protect the refugees. I'm going in.
You were very brave. In Rondra's name, I'll let you go first.
Suddenly worried about getting your fingers dirty?
No, dear Chiron. For once in your life, you too should have the chance to prove your worth. Maybe some rich citizen's daughter will hear of your courage. A cleverly arranged marriage with a little tart like that, and you could gain citizenship.
You.
Chiron! Please.
I'm going in.
Get more strength if I need it. Probably get a bit more dodging. Yeah, good enough. Alright, time to face the boss.
Chiron, I have been expecting you.
How do you know my name?
You won't need a name where you're going. Get ready to face the Dark Mother.
There we go. That was easy. Wow, that boss puzzle was really easy.
His escape left many questions unanswered. Who summoned them? What did he want to achieve? Why did Falk, a senior Rondrian, allow Chiron to face the summoner? Instead of replying, Falk ordered the Rondrians to seal off the refugee camp and comb it in search of the summoner there, using whatever means necessary. He quartered his bride Calandra and her family in the Old Pillory, the best guest house on the square. At least now, with the approaching wedding, his thoughts seemed to focus on Calandra's welfare. At least, that was the impression he gave. Stop eavesdropping, Chiron. What is said in the next room is none of your business.
Falk is talking to his mother, probably planning his next crime, the bastard.
Enough! We all realize that you can't stand them.
Not even you like those two, Father. We could see the way you stared at Falk's mother.
You had better get used to them.
I'm not going to do it, Father. We have citizenship. We no longer need them.
You will marry Falk, and you will move with him when his church transfers him.
I go where I want, and I'll marry the man I love.
Bite your tongue, Calandra. You don't even know what you're saying.
Never, ever talk to us like that again. Otherwise you will find yourself sitting there all alone in the morning with your damn citizenship.
You're a stubborn, rebellious idiot, Chiron. Stop inciting your sister like that.
Father, I love Chiron.
What?
You don't know what you're saying.
Don't say that. I'm not gonna say that as well.
That's none of your business. You can't forbid us anything.
Children, you're running to your doom.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything. I thought that maybe little Calandra would give me some advice on how we can make the wedding particularly tasteful. The old Rondra Temple is such an austere, dreary building, and it would be a shame if our tastes were all too different.
Certainly. She will come with you.
Father.
My dear Chiron, it is really touching to see how much you worry about your little sister. But I think she should decide for herself, don't you, Bianca?
I will come.
Excellent, excellent. We will host a celebration such as Warwick has never seen. Come along. And it goes without saying that the anxious brother can join us later at the temple. Fare you well, gentlemen.
Calandra didn't go with Falk's mother voluntarily. She's been controlled.
That was a Be My Friend spell. A harmless elven spell. Probably Falk's mother tried to defuse the situation.
And it's Be My Friend's very harmlessness that makes it so suspicious. She must have a very, very good knowledge of that spell to calm down someone as angry as Calandra. Did you notice her pointed ears? If she is an elf, how can she be Falk's mother? He's no half-elf.
Maybe she's only his foster mother. That happens more often than you'd think.
You just don't want to understand. The old Rondra Temple is a strange choice for Calandra's wedding. The Warunkians say the place was a necromancer whorehouse.
Falk wants to use the gesture. Today's good defeats yesterday's evil. The Warunkians will love him for it. Metropolitan Yarkon won't appreciate that. It undermines his authority. But he's not in Warunk. That way, Falk can demand obedience from all of the Rondrians, even the ones who are less forgiving.
While Falk prepares for his wedding, the Rondrians are combing the refugee camp.
They're looking for the necromancer. If he has teleported himself away, he could be anywhere.
That was a Transversalis spell. Unusual for a necromancer. You were right. Those undead really were just summoned as a distraction from something bigger, from whatever the invocation of Blackaraz was supposed to do.
But what could be bigger than hordes of undead assaulting the West Town?
At any rate, it's passing strange that Folk is concentrating all of the Rondrian forces on the refugee camp, almost as if he wanted to keep them away from somewhere else.
Despite everything, Folk is a Rondrian. What would he have to do with the Archdemon of Revenge?
I don't know, but it's strange that the necromancer knew my name. Folk is a pimp, a traitor, and probably worse. I got us our citizenship. Why this insistence on the wedding?
Your siblings, Chiron.
But why Folk, of all people?
I won't tell you. I wish you could simply trust me.
I'm going to the Rondra Temple. I'm not leaving Calandra alone with that woman. At least one of us has to stand by her.
Okay, this law thing is helping me out a lot. Alright. Did I get anything new? Gift have the and pickles. What the hell? Why is that guy not helping me?
The Metropolitan has decreed, whosoever pacts or communicates with demons shall burn. Whoever wears their symbol
Okay, so I can't
or
block that. It was
speaks
just
their
a test.
language will lose their sight. Whoever protects their servants or their
Angros,
works,
smile on you,
or
lad. I
conceals
was looking for
such
you.
from the
Did
Dios
something
shall
happen?
be hanged by
Cartel
the neck
broke into our
until
headquarters.
dead.
Kidnapped Fyodor.
Dead.
Oh,
Dead.
that kicked a right
Blessed be
large
Rondra,
rock-a-rolling.
divine
No,
lioness.
I'm going around warning my people. It's quite possible that you're next on Perel's wee list. We've given the cartel enough cause for revenge.
Why is the cartel willing to take such a risk for that mage?
Perel just couldn't admit that the guards had the better cards.
Better cards? You just locked Fyodor up without using his knowledge.
But we could have, the way Perel can now. Sure, I didn't treat Fyodor like a guest, but he is a heretic when all's said and done. People cannot just do and say what they want. Everyone is responsible for their own actions.
Really?
By Angros's beard, aye, that's the way of it.
Have you heard about the desecration of the Prios Temple?
Yes, and I heard that you done well, lad. Too bad the Rondrians have taken over the case.
It was very strange. There were signs pointing to the Lord of Vengeance everywhere. Maybe this whole attack was just a diversion.
Sounds like the cartel. They're capable of anything.
Why would the cartel willfully desecrate a temple?
Whoever catches the villain, well, the Warunkians will celebrate him or her. And that could be useful to Perel when the balance of power shifts again.
You mean when officers are awarded again?
Pretty smart, old Perel. Forges himself a dragon, sinks it in Batangor, and then he goes off to Xorlosh as the great dragon slayer.
What?
I mean that Perel wants to swindle his way to fame, that's all, lad.
I'm gonna head over to the old Rondra Temple. I want to pick up my sister there.
Fine, lad. Take care of yourself.
Thanks for the help.
The Metropolitan announced the city walls have been completely rebuilt.
Back again? So tell me, how many monsters have you killed with my steel so far?
Lioness, in her infinite mercy, had seen fit to make them collapse under the thunder of the trumpets of
And you can make
Periku.
weapons.
Remember, Warunkians, this sacrifice served to protect your freedom from evil
-5
necromancers
attack, lizard
and
teeth.
sinister pacteers. Now that we are protected from harm from outside, let
Yes,
us
'cause the
work
enemy's
together
force-
to
okay.
eliminate the last eyesore from the upper town, where
Poison
remnants
sting.
of the unholy
Has
pyramid
one
are
infection
still
or
to
another
be
to
found.
poison.
Volunteers, report to the east gate at the 6th hour.
Eh. Soft leather jacket. Don't really need that. Armor's already pretty good, I guess. Yeah, I already got pretty much the best armor. Keep all that. I got some money now. Jesus, we got some money. Don't really want this or this or this. There you go. Yeah, I got some money. You better go. Don't really want to sell it or buy anything, was it? More for the money anyway.
How may I be of service, my friend?
What do you have? A smooth blade. Yeah, I like my blade better. Right. Watch yourself, okay? Haggling. I don't need that. I'll take that. There you go. Nice. Why not? I just want to test that out. Hopefully I will save it Don't know where he's gonna save it, but I hope he'll save it. Alright, that was interesting game so far. A lot of creepy and weird stuff happened. So I can't wait for the next one, but unfortunately I will not be streaming tomorrow. So I have to go to the dentist and probably not the next day, so I'll probably see you guys on Friday, maybe? Yeah, probably on Friday. On that note, thanks guys for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye.